Walter.
I'm gonna need you to get that check, shipmate. You're out of Rex.
Oh my god. This
The
is
best open ever.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to the Trauma Club presents D&D Homebrew Extravaganza. My name is Phil, aka Stripper Rabbit, and I am an active DM that loves creating homebrew content and campaigns. Now, a couple of things to go over before we get started with tonight's run is that this is an existing campaign. You are jumping into the middle of it. So there's a lot of stuff to catch up on. This setting is set in the Faerun aspect of D&D, the material plane. Particularly the Sword Coast. Sword Coast, I don't know why I said it like that. The area that they started this campaign is in New Neverwinter. So Neverwinter, a little bit of background. Neverwinter, aka Igastor, was a very cosmopolitan and very civilized city in Faerun in the early millennium. It thrived for a very long time until a giant mountain behind the city erupted in a volcano that cut into the center and divided the city in half. Later on, it was revealed that this was erupted by the wrath of an awakened primordial that lived at the top of the mountain, his name being Magnera the Inferno. He was a fiery primordial whose immense heat harnessed the power of the great forge of the dwarven city of Grindelwald, or Gauntlgrim, I said that backwards. The ruined city, this Neverwinter, was abandoned for decades for the fear that this city would be destroyed once more by another awakening of this fire primordial that was now locked underneath the city itself. But this part of the city that was scarred, that was destroyed, is called the Chasm, was completely marked from the primordial's assault of the city. And it was kept locked away and a secret from modern society. After rebuilding and relocating families from other cities along the Sword Coasts, kind of looked for new places to live, there was free real estate in Neverwinter. And as it started to grow, this city getting bigger and bigger and larger, it became a new name, New Neverwinter, a new thriving city once more. Now, these adventurers all made their choice separately to travel to New Neverwinter to study at the most prolific adventuring college on the Sword Coast, Unity College. It was run by a quirky, crude, but well-established group of retired adventurers, referring to the Warriors of the Dove. These characters, Aerie, Windwisher, Barthos the Blue, Odium Pierce, and Jolandus Luna studied and sparred. They trained with their mentors. They saved a possible king, almost died, and they also mourned the dead, escaped the Feywild, talked and even flipped off gods, faced past mistakes and heartbreaks. And then just now they've started to unravel the multiple threads that have made/make them the object of interest of so many powerful factions of this world. Now, recently in the campaign, a letter from Joe's friends caused them to make a scenery change to Waterdeep, where they have met a new member of their party, Nock the Kenku, who has an aptitude for stealth and quite knowledgeable about the home that they have had for now 10 years. We pick up in Waterdeep, where the stakes have never been higher for the party. Emotions run heavy, political intrigue and danger lies in wait. And just for this moment, the party has a moment to breathe and process the meeting of the Harpers, the secret society of Waterdeep, the caretakers, the overseers. Being able to establish this feeling. First, I would like for the players each to introduce themselves to you and tell a little bit about their story, as well as favorite moments from the campaign so far. I would like to start with Harold or Odium Pierce. Tell everyone a little bit about your character and a moment that is memorable for you from this campaign.
Oh, now the question becomes: do I share just something that I know about Odium, or something the party knows? Oh, I'm just gonna go with what the party knows. Odium Pierce is a Watcher Paladin, a Shadow Sorcerer, and a Hexblade Warlock. Why? Because he's got some issues. His childhood was spent in the Shadowfell because that's where the best warriors are bred and made in there. So yeah, I have like no childhood. I'm just Naruto to a certain extent. My soul currently is, I think, like 3 or 4 different entities have called dibs on it. One of which I found out not too long ago is Loth, the Spider Queen. Because apparently she lays claim to anything that goes to the Shadowfell. So that's going to be fun to deal with, because didn't know about that. But Odium is pretty much, I feel like it's safe to say Odium is like the glue that holds everyone together. Because everyone else has issues.
All right.
I feel like that covers it
What
to
would
a
you,
certain extent.
for
Ooh.
those who might not be that we don't have a photo of your character, what does Odium look like?
Odium is dark skin, stark white hair, white eyebrows. His eyes are silverish. Most of that is due to the fact that, I mean, you grow up in the Shadowfell, you see some shit, you never come back for that, like mentally, emotionally, physically, to a certain degree. As a paladin, I wear plate armor, which I just had to go back over my character sheet to try to figure out why am I resistant to necrotic damage. I'm getting new armor. That's what that is. Notes. So he's in plate armor. He's got a longsword that shimmers. It's a silver longsword that shimmers. He calls it Songbird because when he swings it, it sings, and by sings, it crackles like a lightning storm because it also does thunder.
All right. Next, I would like to hear from our Air Genasi monk, Ari Windwisher. Tell us a little bit about Ari's journey, what she looks like, her personality, and something that you liked about the campaign so far.
So, Ari Windwisher, Air Genasi, monk, Way of the Cobalt Soul, also rogue, also fighter, because
Yeah.
triple classing is a thing.
Yeah.
She has white, sparkly skin. She's pretty tall, long, light blue hair that she wears in a braided mohawk, and she's a walking arsenal. So at this point, I don't even remember everything she has. Just the generic. She's got her quarterstaff, which is a staff of vaulting. She also has a pocket full of darts and 2 hand axes and a long sword and a vicious dagger. And probably her most significant item, though, is the duo of short swords that we call the butterfly swords that are particularly important because they contain a remnant of her mother's soul. Ari grew up in Calumport, which is way down in the south. Very secluded upbringing. Very traumatic upbringing. I don't know how to better say that. She was pretty much held prisoner for 20 years. That's an easy way to say it. And experimented on for 20 years by a crazy person that we have not yet found, and I'm sure we're on the path to find. And escaped when she was around 24, made her way north. We still haven't quite covered in the group how she managed to traverse like 800 miles across Faerun to end up in New Neverwinter. Hint, it involves a boat. And let's see. Personality, she's very book smart. Because she grew up very secluded and knew 4 people before escaping, she does not have good people skills and likes to hit things, particularly a bard when he gets really annoying. And has knocked out the same tooth multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
But they do have an understanding that as long as he does not cast magic on her, particularly mind-altering magic, then she will not punch him. Most recently, she's very anti-religion, but is on speaking terms with the god of knowledge, with Ogma, who he lets her visit him when she's meditating, and they are trying to be friends. And it's really fun. And let's see. I would say Mary's best moment thus far was when she finally successfully cast Levitate on someone other than herself and an unconscious Barthos. When she levitated a horrible paladin person from Odium's background and made him ineffectual for a few rounds in combat, and then got to drop him on his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Best Ari moment.
That was a good one. I like because there was just so much joy that Ari had in that moment.
Because it had never worked before.
If only I was conscious to see it.
That's okay. I saw it. That's all that matters.
All right. Yeah. So next up will be Nick, or AKA Jolandis Luna, or his friends normally call him Joe. Tell us a little bit about Joe and who he is as a person.
So, hi. I am... so, Jolandis Luna is... Oh, God. He is the party sorcerer, with 2 levels of bard. He is the reason that we are currently in Waterdeep, because, as the party knows, Joe used to be... Well, it's complicated, but he comes from a noble family where his father is a duke in the town of Waterdeep. And being in Waterdeep after so many years, we found out that he is also the leader of the Lord's Alliance, or just recently promoted to that. Joe was born with golden scales, which his father did not like, and long story short, he disowned him and found his way to New Neverwinter. Also, due to funny means, but I'm sure we'll figure that out pretty soon. Joe has, he is shoulder-length brown hair. He is, yeah, he's probably pale. Pale white skin with golden scales on his right hand, kind of leading up his arm. More recently, he has grown red scales further up his arm and on different portions of his body that were burned from a traumatic fire at an orphanage that he found himself growing up in. So, a lot of fun times with Joe and his backstory.
What is one of your
Anyway.
favorite moments from the campaign so far?
Honestly, it's not even if we're gonna go with character moments. I think my favorite moment with Joe was when I put Bulba to sleep.
Yes, when you guys were
When
sparring.
Yeah, we were in a sparring match with our barbarian teacher, and everyone else in the party was down, and Joe just barely got to put her to sleep with a last-ditch effort sleep spell.
That's been a very clutch spell.
Yes, it has
More than
been.
once.
You say that
Why do you think
until
I've
it's
kept
used
it?
against you
Oh yeah, right.
multiple times.
Hey, it's not my fault. I was mind controlled.
Not the first time, but sure.
All right, so just because I know Mike is probably dying to tell you about Barthos, Mike, give us a little bit about Barthos the Magnificent.
No, Starling, you're saying it completely incorrectly. It's Barsos the Magnificent. But otherwise, D&D Twitch talk. Guten Tag. So, Barthos is a blue tiefling bard. 8 levels in bard, 2 levels in warlock, because I'll get to that in a second. He doesn't sing, he doesn't dance, he writes books. Specifically, the Tale of, or the Book of Barthos, Volume 3. There is no Volume 1, there is no Volume 2. It's a marketing scam to get people interested and hype it up. But it's his heavily embellished autobiography. He was originally trying to schmooze his way into the college as a teacher, and people pretty quickly saw that his book was not
Bullshit.
accurate. Except for, and leading into my favorite character moments, one Odium Pierce, who believed every single word of this autobiography and waited for the day of sparring class, which Barthos actively tried to avoid. My absolute favorite character moment was that battle between the two of us.
yeah.
So I did 2 levels in Warlock. Barthos, as he would write, he would speak to his muse, and one day she spoke back. His muse being Mistra. While Barthos does have a really nice shield and pretty decent rapier, usually he goes into battle with his book and his quill. His book being the bardic or the magic focus for his being a bard. The pen is his casting focus as a warlock, and he writes the magic into existence. Until recently, Barthos is, I think I said he was like 5'5" or 5'6". He's not a very tall man. His horns are swept back, as is his hair. Very just suave, sophisticated. Just imagine the most delicate thing you've ever tasted and put that in the form of a man. Until recently.
All right, we're gonna have to put a time limit on this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Now, so flashing forward, I've already gotten through my character trauma, so it's smooth sailing for me for the rest of this.
You say
Barthos now looks a little chatty. He has one singular chest hair, a little bit more chiseled jaw, because he has, and I think I've told everybody about it now, the Ring of Zaphrodite, a legendary artifact.
All right. And now we come to the newest member of our party, Nock the Kenku. Tell us a little bit about Nock. I'm really excited for your character. It's one of my favorites. Don't tell anyone. But tell us a little bit about Nock. Where did he come from? What is his personality like? Some things of note about him, what he looks like.
So Knock is so I play a character name, but most people can't say that. So it's Knock. He is a Kenku. Appearance wise, he's crow-like, kind of blue-black feathers. He walks around trying to disguise that he's a Kenku by wearing a plague doctor mask. He's pretty happy-go-lucky. He's got like a pretty like stable freelance job. He's living in Waterdeep. He's got his own place. It looks like a nest. He collects things, and they're kind of all over. But he's just kind of happy-go-lucky. He's curious because these people that just came into Waterdeep are super fucking weird, and he likes weird. So that's why he's been following them around. And so far, my favorite moment was when I said hi to somebody and they dimension doored away for like an entire episode.
No, it's funny. It felt more like 5 weeks had passed.
Oh my god, really? It was over a month.
Yeah, it was. Well, it has been 6. It was 3 weeks ago that we did this session last, like the last session of this campaign, and then before that, it was 4 weeks before that.
I totally remember everything that happened.
So for the players and for everyone, I'm sorry this is a long introduction, but there's just a lot of stuff that I want to make sure everyone has context for. So it is not as confusing. So going through what happened last session in particular. As you were walking home, since arriving in Waterdeep about 2 days ago, a lot of craziness has happened. A couple of things that have happened. One, the moment you arrive in Waterdeep, you are kind of assaulted by all of this noise, this cheering, laughter, music, dancing, drinking, a festival. You find yourselves wrapped up into the middle of it, like the middle of the storm of a hurricane. And as you kind of walk the streets, you find out that is because there is a new speaker of the masked lords, of the Lord's Alliance, and they're celebrating this victory, and the celebration of this new person, who turns out to be Duke Luna, Jolannis Luna's father. As the players would know, this is the person who has actually hired people in the past to try and commandeer Joe and bring him back to Waterdeep, dead or alive. As also now told to everyone, and everyone is aware, Joe's full reason for coming to Waterdeep was not only to see his friends again, the ones that are getting married, Johanna and Lucian. It is also to see and pursue the thought of killing his own father. All of these emotions get wrapped up as it's turned out that Nock is friends with Lucian. Is friends with Johanna as well. And the moment that Joe sees them, he dimension doors away. Out of just embarrassment, fear, multiple different types of emotions. And as he does, he is apprehended by Army Griffin, one that is pursuing the skies, and he is brought in for questioning. He is later saved by a familiar face, a cleric of Ogma herself, this Trudy Jinhin Resh, the Dragonborn cleric, and also the head dean of Unity College. As the adventurers get wrapped up into more of Waterdeep lore, if you will, meeting different places, going to different places, meeting different people, interacting with swaggers, interacting with the arms, Asmar is her name. And also even Flavortown, the city within a city. The the shop where it is owned by Guy Fieri. Yes, this is happening even here. I forgot about that.
You're welcome for that little trip.
We would have reminded you.
While the party minus Joe is on their way home from Johanna and Lucian's, where they're invited for dinner, they were attacked by a group calling themselves the Red Sashes, led by Red Riot. A lot of effing rogues, okay? The party members went down left and right, where they are later, before the even dust settles, they meet Guinevere Crew, who reveals herself to be a member of the Harpers. After a small chatter, she is told that the Overseer wishes to speak to all of you. So she leads you into the Harpers' hangout. It's called Nowhere. And it exists, from what you can tell, outside the normal plane of existence. Here you get a couple of different seeds of where Joe is at the time. But even Nock gets a little bit of a reading from one of the fortune tellers in there, and is told some very important information about a past person he once knew, that he's still alive, but he is cursed. As the Overseer speaks to you all, you are told about how dangerous the power that Duke Luna has. For now, he is the law itself, and he gets to shape from the top down how Waterdeep is going to be run from this point on. You also find out that his daughter now works as the head cook at Holy Hand's house, but has renounced her name as a Luna. His wife recently died of a heart attack in her sleep, which leaves him the only one to inherit his own wealth. Except for one thing. There's still one other person who can. You ask a couple of questions about Rowan Duskstone, someone that Barthos knows, and is revealed to be the leader of the Red Sashes, the ones that attacked you the night previous. You are given a sending stone from Guinevere, the Harper representative. You all get a firm talking to from your Dragonborn cleric.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, you go to the Under, where you meet Swaggers. Yes. The Goblin Artificer. Of course, it's my employ, that Nock is able to be friends with you, but don't think too much about that. Don't at all. You just might, if you want to purchase some items, perhaps, we could be a fair exchange. 150 gold. Swaggers upgrades a lot of different items for you all. And as you make your way back to the temple where you were staying, you find a great amount of party splitting that the DM had to figure out. But to retcon and to make sure that that is still what everyone wants to do, your compatriot that comes with you, the Peacekeeper Cleric, Lucia, the Tan Tiefling, had agreed to go with Odium and with Joe to the orphanage, where Joe can finally come face to face with Johanna and Lucian after several years apart. Nock and Airy had decided they wanted to do some reconnaissance on Flavortown. See if they can find out something about the potions that he's been selling, or just general information about the integrity of this business. And as far as I know, Barthos was writing in his journal, but was there something else he would prefer to do?
I'll tell you what, I'll flip a coin. I'm gonna go check out the potions.
Okay. So, starting off first, at this time, when Trudy talked with you, it was around 6 o'clock. So that this would put you right around 6:30 in the evening. So there's still plenty of time in the day. Still about 2 hours till sunset happens here. So, starting first with Lucia, Odium, and Joe. As you guys make your way out these steps, it is still bright and shining. Even though that the sun is setting, there's this kind of amber, warm radiance that comes off, even off the sunset. Almost like a orange that's been sun-kissed. It's got some a bright, almost rind-like look to it as it glows out. And Joe, as you kind of look over to the horizon, you remember seeing this sight only from your window upstairs. Now, you were a pretty frail child. Your parents babied you, but also kept you locked away, telling you that you had a sickness that was contagious to others. These scales on your arm. So you didn't really have any friends. But seeing the sun when you were a kid as it started setting over was almost a relief, because it meant that day was over. And you can't help but stop and think about the irony of it. Because now you're looking at the sun and you're thinking, this is a new beginning. Maybe it's an opportunity to make amends and move forward. And just as always, you second guess yourself and think, well, maybe it's also the opportunity for me to mess up again. As you kind of sit there, you feel Odium put a very thunderous clap on your shoulder. As you feel you feel a smile as Odium looks at you and just nods. And then, without a second thought, drags you and starts pulling you in the direction of the orphanage. You're walking the streets and you find that they're bustling, busy. You know your way around sort of now. You're able to kind of navigate to the dock district where the orphanage is located fairly easily. And as you make your way there, somebody give me a perception check.
I'll do it. I'm great at these.
Got you. Don't you worry.
I don't think I see anything. That's a total of 6.
I think
smells-
Joe sees something. That's a total of 24.
Okay. Odium, you're kind of take a look at the sun, and you're kind of thinking, oh, that's really nice. That's really pretty. And then all of a sudden, you just have kind of like a bee that's just flying around your face. And it just seems like you keep dodging it, and you're just like thinking like, fuck.
This actually happened to me.
Stop it.
Leave me alone.
God, stop.
As Lucia's kind of giggling and just kind of holding on to your other arm, Joe, you pick up on a faint smell that kind of permeates throughout the air. And at first, you kind of are picking out, and you think it's kind of musty. But almost like it's a memory that snaps into your brain. You know what this smell is. It's old, wet, burning wood. And then you remember exactly why you smell. Why you remember what that smell is. And you kind of freeze in your tracks for a second. I need for you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh boy. I'm not great at these.
Oh, it's fine. You can add a +2 to that because I'm standing next to you.
Oh, cool. So it's a 7.
The moment you start to smell this smell, you feel yourself start to pull back. You immediately start to get fearful and anxious and angry and upset and flustered. Odium, what's your passive perception?
11.
You would be able to see, looking at your friend, you can start to see his body demeanor change, and you can actually start to see him starting to back up away from the direction that he's moving.
Like, can I see the orphanage? Like, is it like right there?
It's a little bit further away. It's probably around like you know it's to be down a block and then down 2 other blocks. So it's not within sight, but it's close.
Maybe we should just go back to. Maybe we should see what's going on in Flavortown. You know, it's nice this time of year.
I did not walk all this way for you to turn back. We're going forward.
Lucia says, I've got this, Odium, as she kind of touches your face. And she goes over, she reaches out her hand, and she touches you, and she casts Calm Emotions on you.
I need that spell so bad in life.
As she touches you, this kind of smell, this smoke that kind of almost has filled your lungs, almost it feels like it's obscured your view almost. You're able to kind of brush through, open your eyes clear, and almost as like the dust settles, you feel determined. And you think, I am not going to back down again.
Okay.
Lucia touches you on the shoulder, and she looks at you straight in the face, her big, doe, emerald green eyes peering at you. And she says, you're one of the strongest people I know, Joe. You got this.
Happy.
And then she smacks your butt and makes you go the forward direction.
Oh.
That is my girlfriend.
She comes back and she said, yours will be a little bit harder.
With the front.
As you guys continue moving forward, now Lucia's arm linked around Joe's arm, kind of walking forward. You turn that last corner, and Joe, you see a building that you don't quite recognize. It's in the same spot. Same type of field outside. These large wrought iron gates that kind of cascades up and cuts in at a sharp angle. But the building itself is new. Looks like a work in progress. As there's different types of building materials lying out around the different sides, but there is a familiar sound. The sound of children playing. And as you kind of are making your way forward, you kind of make your way to the gate, and you see a bunch of different sizes and types of kids running about. You see a little asshole kid off in the corner just throwing rocks at the side of this orphanage. Brand new wood now being dented by these different stones that he's throwing. You notice a little girl off underneath a tree, large glasses that keep falling down off of her face. These spectacles she keeps pushing up, her long hair covering most of her features, but she keeps a watchful eye on all the kids. Seems a bit older, around 15 years old. This is not a girl you recognize. Something else that stands out across the field is someone you know instantly. As you see her looking out over this area in the back. This has sharp rocks that cut down. The gate kind of encapsulates itself around in a circle. But as she looks over the gate, leans against it, her hair blowing in the wind. You know this to be Johanna. As she looks over, her bright, bright eyes looking in the opposite direction from you. Her hair dancing, almost like her smile.
Wonderful. All right. I will enter if I can.
You try the gate. The gate is open.
Flanked by my two heavily armored knight friends. All right, let's go.
Oh, I'm not wearing armor at the moment. My armor is currently being worn. I am in plain clothes, an AC of 12.
Oh, yeah.
Lucia kind of looks at you and she says, "We'll keep an eye on you. Go on." It's like she's like, "I don't think
So,
you want a chaperone for this."
I don't need one. Well, I would love one, but oh, I'm gonna go. I used that 20.
You got this. I can't give you bardic inspiration, but
Thank you, Odium. You've been very kind to me, even when I didn't deserve it.
I mean, us sorcerers have to stick together.
You're a revolver?
I mean, my one level of sorcerer.
There's like looking at remembering all the times that you used a sword. Just, and I'm like, can I do that?
Joe, as you kind of steel yourself, you feel a familiar warm feeling. As you look at Lucia, she kind of winks at you one more. She's like, "Just a push." And she casts calm emotions on you one more time. As she pushes you forward in a literal shove. It's not like a gentle, like, "Go get him, tiger." It's more like a, like, shoves you as you kind of catch your feet. You kind of brush yourself off and proudly start walking forward. And we're going to switch over to the other people.
Cool.
So, Barthos, Nock, and Airy, as the other three leave, and you walk out the front steps, you see a similar view. this bright orange sunset that is setting over the sky. Off in the distance, not quite behind the skyline of the buildings. So it's still quite hot, the heat kind of barreling almost directly onto your face. Ari, that's a feeling that you are very familiar with in the very harsh deserts of Kalasham. But as you're all making your way to Flavortown, you notice that there is a faint, almost like a aromatic quality of the air. Not very, very strong, but it is almost mothball-like. It's not a good aromatic, but it is something that is pungent. Wavers in and out for a moment.
Ugh, it smells like old people here.
As you guys are walking forward and by, Ari, you have such a high fucking passive perception. I would say you pick up on something similar that you saw the last time. You see, you're walking down lined different types of buildings, multiple stories, whether that's apartment style buildings or taverns or shops or different types of business centers. You pass by one street that seems to have two houses in a row that are abandoned. Furniture all there. Plate settings still out. But they just say for rent. One of them says for rent. The other one says for rent, furnishings included. And it says that in Common and it says that in Dwarvish.
Is that common? Like, I don't have a lot of experience in cities.
It seems like it's common. I can only read Saturn Infernal.
God damn.
I'm just gonna start deep breath and counting. Fast.
To be fair, and I'm sorry for the haha. But this is not the first time we found into well-furnished houses. It feels like a front for something.
Well, maybe when we go visit your friend who leads the gang, who literally tried to kill us the other night, he can explain.
I'm sure it was a misunderstanding, of course. If my best friend is anything like my girlfriend was.
You just see Barthos immediately just his beautifully chiseled face from this cursed ass ring he's wearing just droops even for a slight moment, but you do still see the gleam of a white toothed smile just peek out for just a moment.
So Ari would take note of any of these buildings and like log it in her brain. But as we are walking to Flavortown, such a great thing to say. Honestly, because it is not in her nature to just trust people, and we literally just met this Kank who has latched onto us, just kind of using this time to do a general insight check to try to gauge the character of this person. Who everyone seems to love.
Make a perception check for me.
Watching the little bird man.
That is a solid 11. That is.
You're just excited to be a part of it. You're thinking because you're going to make some more money because, as you recall, Swaggers did say for you to pick up something for him while he's there. No, while you're there. And he would pay you top dollar for it.
Oh, that's right.
Ari, stop looking at Nock like that. Every single person who's pretended to like us and then wanted to kill us would have tried to kill us by now.
Um,
Like you're not insightful enough to
Yeah.
pick up on what I'm doing.
I
but
am
whatever.
not.
no. Ari, make an insight check.
Okay.
Not at disadvantage because Nox does not know you're doing it.
That's a 30.
Okay.
I wanted to make the joke. It was a
what are
37.
What are you trying to glean from this check?
It's just like I said, a general try to gauge the character of this Birdman who is latched onto our party, who's great, but Ari doesn't trust people, so
While you're
Just
doing that,
watching.
I'm going to have my mage hand just kind of tap Barthos' shoulder.
Let me guess, on the opposite side that you're on?
Uh-huh.
I spin around, completely confused and
It is, and
terribly frightened.
And it is invisible, so it's just gonna kind of tap the top of your head, your shoulder.
I see what you're doing. That's very clever. Look, this is such a wonderful
Very clever.
God.
From the check, Ari, you see Nock being completely genuine. He is fucking around with Barthos. He is not in the goblin man who was kind of sketchy was sketchy, right? But Nock, mask aside, once he takes off that mask, he is a completely friendly, warm, open person who does not seem to have any malcontent to you or your compatriots. He seems to genuinely just like being around you. Which is weird for you to think that.
Yeah, not used to people liking me. That's interesting.
So you make your way to the outskirts of the market district and head into the trade ward. This is where Flavortown is located. You make your way towards the building that you've been to before. In fact, that you were here earlier yesterday.
Guys, is the plan to watch from the outside? Are we going in?
Oh, well, my plan is to
In.
watch from the outside.
In.
The two of you can go in. He's met me and my magic Voltwagen, sir.
It is also to keep in note that Barthos does share with you that no magic can be used inside of the shop. There is an anti-magic barrier.
Magic.
Very similarly to the ones that you've experienced in New Neverwinter.
And I'm fairly certain the last time we were here, I also insulted him to his face. I'm sure he's going to love to see me again.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, I'll go in too.
Oh, I forgot to. He has seen you, hasn't he?
He's seen all of us.
Ah, sure, that's true. I suppose I should go into.
Going to?
Go into.
As you guys make your way into this this beautiful shop. I mean, it's got a beautiful kind of almost dark purple slates that line the actual roof, creating a beautiful pattern on the outside. Dark kind of gray hand-placed brick lines up beautifully mortared and very structurally sound. But another thing of mind, giant wrought iron bars on the windows that seem kind of out of place on a beautiful building like this.
So I'm going to try to cast Prestidigitation as I walk in. Does anything happen?
As you're walking through the door, what are you doing to Curry? What are you using prestidigitation for? Is it a sound? Is it a smell?
Glitter.
Glitter just around you. It's a visual.
Yes.
As you're walking in, this kind of opalescent kind of glow kind of surrounds your body. The moment you walk through that door frame, it drops.
I'm going to sigh and throw actual pocket glitter up in the air then.
In a very dramatic entrance, you see no one in here at the moment. No customers. You don't see Mr. Guy Fieri himself. It is an empty shop. You know he has to be here somewhere, as you can see a fire burning behind him, which you kind of think is odd because it is quite hot outside anyway. But nonetheless, there's a fire burning there. You see several shelves lined up, and you see what appears to be a very beautifully hand-carved gold shelving unit in front with what appears to be almost satin-like glass that cascades its way across, with special items placed on top in various parts with marking cards on the back. One being the boots of elven kind is displayed. One of them is what appears to be 200 feet of hempen rope. You see what appears to be marketed as magic vampire killing machines, which on bigger viewing are just wooden stakes. And these wooden stakes, it says 1 for 300 gold, 5 for 2,000 gold, and that math doesn't add up to you.
Mr. Fiori, and I'll on the counter.
You hear from the back. You hear a very gruff voice say, "Just a minute."
My apologies, friends. The way he was describing it, I figured he was dead and we were being set up for murder.
Real
As
quick.
Mhm.
Sorry. I don't remember what I was supposed to get.
Probably
Oh.
wire.
You're supposed to get peridium. It's a metal that conducts electricity. You were given 500 gold to purchase it.
That's right.
Or we could steal it.
I was gonna go with the stealing. Before whoever responds, I'd like to roll stealth to hide in the shop.
Okay. So in this shop, there are a couple of different places that you could probably kind of sneak and hide behind, depending on where the person walks and interacts with the shop. There's a giant desk in the center, like a display case. There's a wardrobe off to the side that you could jump in and you could hide, as well as you can kind of duck around corners. There are even some window decals that come down from the side that you could kind of probably hide behind as well. What'd you roll for stealth?
Haven't yet.
Oh, okay.
Rolling now. Good first roll, gonna be the best roll of the night, probably. 25.
Okay. Let me roll this person's. What's their passive, actually? Let me just look that up real quick. But yeah.
Why are you referring to them as this person?
Yes.
Well, because
Why
That wasn't his voice.
yeah, as you see,
different
you walk
person.
around. You see a person walk around. You know that Guy Fieri was a human, or at least appears to be human. This person appears to be a dwarf, and a really foul-smelling one at that. He says, "Hey, What can I do you for?
Harry immediately stops breathing.
As you see a
Oh,
very,
that's right,
very,
you can do that.
a very, very gruff looking man, kind of very matted, kind of gnarled beard at different lengths. You see appears to have dirt all over his face. Balding, but his hair is braided up in the back and has 3 long braids that separate down into some sort of weird braided Viking pigtail situation. He appears to wear a kilt. He's like, hey, my name's O'Brien.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Mr. O'Brien. Have you seen Mr. Fiore?
He's out.
Ah,
There's a
wonderful.
very
Well, he
there's a
return.
very important person in town, so he's doing his rounds.
Insight check.
Okay.
Thank you. Is he wearing a red scarf, perhaps?
No.
Well, it's only a 29.
Oh, just only.
Y'all, I have a plus 12 to insight. I'm sorry. Not sorry.
As
So
you're looking at this man, very, very confused, you do see some similarities in him and Guy Fieri. And as you look a little bit closer and kind of really look in there, you see that this man is not dwarvish, but he is half dwarvish.
yeah.
It's like he stepped out of the shop. Kind of holds out a giant pipe and lights it.
Do you know when he'll be back?
Oh, well, I don't know. There's been a special order put in. He's making the delivery. Probably won't be back today.
Have Maris, have you relayed any of that information to us?
Who's Maris?
It's the wrong game, man.
Very yeah.
Let's-
Airy.
It's a dimension over.
Mm-hmm.
Ari would not, like, verbally say this, but
Oh God.
likely give you a very, like,
Oh no, we know thieves can't.
okay, and I'm going to assume this person also knows thieves can't.
Oh, that's fair. Yep.
And going to give you a very, like, look, like, wide-eyed look.
I'm gonna roll
And kind of, like-
insights just because I
One
don't
of
think
these.
I would catch that look.
Okay, do it.
6.
Look out! Punch you again.
You see Ari doing this with her eyes, just kind of like,
Why are you looking at me like that?
Airy, is there something in your eye? I think I'm sorry. What was your name, sir? I'm so sorry. Your boss he's such an asshole.
my name is O'Branigan.
Oh, Brannigan, how do you work for that, man? Oh my God.
He's my dad. Well, sort of my dad.
I'm so glad you came with us.
So watch your filthy mouth, you stupid men. Or I'll kick your ass right here. Not all of us
Just-
were born with a pretty face.
Oh, I wasn't either. I worked on it. Actually, I was cursed, but I completely understand. My apologies, my friend.
Yes, well. You see the demeanor of this man is not at all Guy Fieri. Alright?
I think it is perhaps best for all parties involved that I vacate the facilities. Please, my associates whom I just met on the way over here and have never spent any time with at all, I'm sure would have business here. I'm going to go outside.
Associates. I only see one of you in here.
I'm sorry, common is such a strange language. As you can tell from my accent, it is not mine franca lingua.
Make a performance check.
Oh, I can do that. That is going to be a dirty 20.
Okay. He's gonna insight you. His insight, he is not that smart. Yeah, you're able. He's like, hey, listen, man, no worries. It was a little bit of time for me to get a grasp of common as well. All right. Just don't talk about my dad like that.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I myself was an orphan. I don't understand attachment to parental figures myself.
Well, that sucks. Sorry, man.
Actually, it's pretty cool. I don't have to buy Father's Day presents. Anyway, I'm just going to step back and let them do the talking. I've put my foot in my mouth far too many times.
You said them again. There's only one person. Is there another person in here?
No, I'm
those
talking
are-
about
those
my
are-
father and parents. There's generally 2 parents, 3 if you're a Gripply.
I mean, also that's my pronoun. So. Say that.
Did you just assume their gender?
Oh God. Listen.
My friend, it is 5:21.
I actually rolled really well on a deception, if you want to know. Because I'm a she/her.
Oh God.
It's okay, my friend. It's okay. It's okay. We
Listen,
forgive you.
a lot of stuff is on high alert right now. Okay, sorry, I'm a little on edge. The Davenports are in town, and it's all of a sudden just this big whole spiel and ordeal because the old Duke Luna's friend is back in town.
You mean the Davenports from New Neverwinter?
Yes.
Oh. And is the daughter in town as well?
I don't know that. I know that the Lord is in town, Lord Davenport, and he's visiting with the Luna.
We can go see Odium's old friend.
Just want to see Dr. Dog again.
Yeah.
Ew, dogs.
Yeah, Barthos, why don't you step outside?
That sounds like a wonderful idea. I'm going to just step outside and leave him and Say to do your business. And I will quickly walk outside and I'll throw glitter up as I go.
Just almost like you're like teleporting, but instead you're just throwing glitter up into the air, and as it disappears, you're gone.
Just left the person who has no charisma in here, so, whatever. I'm not a talker.
Mine wasn't doing me any good.
I lie with the truth.
I didn't think we were gonna talk to anybody.
So as you're kind of standing, he's like, well, anyway, if you're not gonna buy anything, I should say you
Well-
have a nice day. You.
I mean, you haven't asked me if I wanted to buy something. We said we had business with your dad. You said he wasn't here. I would assume if you're in
Oh.
charge,
I
then
mean,
you would want us to do our business with you.
Yeah, I mean, if you have coin, I could sell you something. What are you looking for?
Well, your father was selling some potions the other day, some healing potions.
Yeah.
And, my friend outside puts his foot in his mouth so many times and gets beaten up so much, I can't heal him. It'd be really beneficial if we could have one of those on us. So I was looking potentially to get one of those.
Which healing potion are you talking about? A person.
Well, there was a gentleman, as I flip backwards in my notes. His name was Thomas. He was in to purchase a potion to help his wife with her condition. Apparently it's very effective, although she still suffers from night terrors from it. Honestly, it'd be kind of fun to watch the tiefling outside have night terrors, but I'm not sure if that's the kind of potion I'm looking for.
Not those types of night terrors you wouldn't like.
I don't know. I've levitated him in his sleep before. I guess if it got too bad, I could just do it again.
You're talking about the Sarisas.
No, DM, can you
That's the-
spell that?
Sarisas is Saursas. Sarisas.
I like that a lot better than the way I spelled it.
Mm-mm.
Did you spell it sorry sauce?
I did.
Mm.
Uh,
Sarisas.
Ah,
That's Thomas Sarisas and his wife, Lily.
he seemed like such a lovely man.
He's at his wit's end, that one.
Do you know what ails his wife?
He kind of looks left and looks right. And it makes sure and kind of leans into you. Some say she was bit, you see. By what, I don't know, but
Okay. Well,
not a normal thing. We think we hear
Definitely.
of werewolves and things like that, but those will only really affect on the full moon. Whatever bit her affects her every night. Only for a couple of hours, you see, but these potions help with that. Helps keep her in a contained space. Prevents her from moving.
but I'm a bit of a scholar, and I find it fascinating. Could I obtain a sample? I'd be very interested in studying this.
I don't know. My father,
I-
he makes only
I-
a certain amount.
I will pull out my coin purse. I can pay. And I will put a platinum piece on the counter.
He kind of looks at it. And he says,
You don't even have to tell your dad that you sold it to me.
make a persuasion check.
I'm not charismatic! I have a -1! Hey, but when you roll a 17, it's still a 16.
Alright, he's going to make an insight to see. And that is a natural one. So no. He's gonna look at you and he's gonna say, just a sample.
Yeah, just a sample.
He says, 1 second. And he goes into the back and you hear him kind of clinking around what appears to sound like he's searching for different types of bottles or whatever.
Having no clue where Nock disappeared to, because I wasn't watching. Hopefully Nock is using this as an opportunity to sneak around as I distract this dude.
Nock, you were able to successfully hide in the wardrobe. We closed off. He has no idea where you are right now. In fact, he is in the back.
Do I see anything in this wardrobe?
In the wardrobe itself, no. You do see on the walls of the wardrobe, like on the inside, are all kinds of arcane symbols, which is like kind of creeping you out. But you haven't closed the door fully, so you're not like shut inside of it.
So while they've been talking, I'd like to have been using the people ring to kind of like look around the store and see what I see.
Okay.
I can roll investigation to see if I see anything interesting, anything that
It would be
Place.
perception to see. It would be investigation to kind of pick out something. So if you're looking for something in particular, like the
Peridium
Yeah.
is Peridium.
if you would do that's investigator. You're looking for it, but perception would be
Yes.
just a wide branch. So you can do both rolls. See what you can find.
That's a dirty 20 on Peridium investigation.
Okay.
Oh no. That's a 13 on perception.
Okay. As you're kind of looking, you kind of are focusing on different items. From your kind of pocket picking days, if you want to call it that, you realize you never really want to take something that's bright out in the open because they will always suspect the last person that was in the shop. The Peridium you see, though, on the top shelf, right behind the desk, and you see it's marked for 5,000 gold.
Does my mage hand work in here?
As you go to try and form your mage hand, it does not activate.
Cool.
But it is only probably around the top of that shelf is probably around like 12 feet off the ground.
And he's still in the back, right?
Yeah, he's still in the back. You hear different kinds of clinking and clinking as Ari kind of looks at you and just kind of shrugs.
Can I flutter scope to kind of like follow and see what he's doing back there?
Yeah. As you kind of go to activate your magical item, you find almost kind of a resistance at first, but then you kind of hear a hee as you hear kind of Swagger's laugh emit slightly from the item itself as it starts to kind of almost orange-like glow around it, almost seemingly protecting the flutter scope itself from this magic barrier.
God, this is a thorough demagicification.
Mhm.
So
But
yeah,
the flutter scope does work.
I wanna look kind of like stay close to the ceiling where he can't see because he's short. And like spy on what he's doing.
Okay. Yeah, as you see him, you're like looking through and you see that he's kind of looking for a bottle and he's kind of trying to take small little drops from each potion bottle to put into a separate container for Airy. It looks like he's trying to make it look like he hasn't taken any of the potion off. But he's still working away.
While he's doing that, I want to try to get the Peridium.
Okay.
What is it called? I think it's Peridium. It's 12 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I'm gonna do that. How big of a piece is it? Can my spiderling get it?
The spiderling can carry... As you kind of go to activate, are you attuned to your spiderling?
No. Oh no, never mind. I can't control it.
Mm-mm.
You're right.
If you were
Okay,
attuned
so I'm just
to
gonna
it,
try climbing up the shelves and grabbing the
okay.
Peridium.
Seeing Nock emerge and approach the shelf. Nock. Here. And I will cast Levitate on Nock.
As you
Ooh.
go to cast levitate, it
Oh,
does not work
dang
in
it.
here. It just fizzles out in your hand. I'm
Whatever.
so sorry.
For just a moment,
For a moment,
I felt like I could fly like my ancestors.
moment, I
But it was
thought
only a
I had a
dream.
useful racial
And then you
trait.
fell into a pile of pots and pans.
I realize it doesn't work, and I give him my staff of vaulting because it helps me jump higher.
Hang on 1 second, guys. There's someone ringing my front doorbell. I will be right back. I'm so
All right, time to
sorry.
plot.
Is it a
What
half
the-
dwarf who's like super grumpy?
I thought it was Guy Fieri in costume. That's why I insulted him. I didn't know it was his son.
We were
Artemis!
supposed to be going to do recon.
That's my
Yeah.
dad!
Yeah.
I'm just going to walk outside now.
This was a recon mission.
Yep. The moment Barthos said, I'm not going to stay behind and write in my journal, I knew.
I was going to do that because I felt like the last session we had, like there was a big RP moment, and I felt like I kind of hogged the spotlight, so I wanted you guys to keep going, and I was just going to let you guys have it, and then that happened.
And then your inner Barthos came out.
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that, guys. So how did you guys decide you want to take this off the shelf?
Just going to try to stealthily. Is it like prominent? Like, is it like super noticeable if it goes missing?
It's up on the shelf, the top shelf. It's in the corner. It's kind of like a highlighted thing, but it doesn't seem to be like locked away in a case or anything.
Yeah, it's totally not alarmed either, I bet.
It's also
Not magically, at least.
I am going to leave it, and I'm going to signal in Thieves' Cant to that I'll just come back for it later, because otherwise he's gonna be all up in airy shit about it being missing. And I'm going to sneak out the door
All right.
and take my flutter scope with me.
Do Kankus speak Auran?
Yes, they do.
I mean, I know Primordial, which is the root of... Okay, anywho.
Yeah,
Another conversation.
yeah, it's primordial. How does primordial sound?
Really bad. Really
Sounds
guttural.
terrifying. All right. So
It's like
he
it's like
comes-
Russian with indigestion.
Yeah. Sounds like your Russian accent of Stefan last week. You get to the door. You make your way out. He has not noticed that you have even been in there at all, Knock.
Wait,
as-
on my way out, is there anything like small that wouldn't be noticed that I can take?
I mean, you see a quill on the front
bitch.
desk. You see a quill. You see some papers, like some scrolls. You see, roll a d20 for me.
17.
Okay. You see a shield, like a +1 shield.
Is it like kind of tucked away where nobody would notice it was gone?
It kind of seems like it was like hanging on the wall and it fell off. Like it's kind of like on the side behind the thing. Like it should have been hung back up, but it wasn't. So it's kind of like tucked kind of down to the side and behind the case there.
I want to take it, but I also want to like take a bunch of the papers that are on the desk and just like put them out of order.
Just shuffle them around real quick.
Yeah.
I support it.
Just like
Alright.
move some. I want to like move some things on like a shelf that's like away from the Peridium shelf, and just like so that they're kind of out of place. And I'm gonna take the shield and I'm gonna sneak my way out.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to get out without him noticing anything, and as you kind of go out the front, there is no alarm that goes off when you have that shield in your hand. Ari, it only is about another 30 seconds of you standing here that he kind of comes out and kind of just slides what appears to be like a very small vial of what appears to be very kind of bright yellow liquid. Has almost like a red smoke that comes off of it, kind of permeates through the closed bottle.
And it seems to match the thing I saw Thomas buy.
Yes.
Okay. And accept it and give him a nod.
This never happened. Just so we're all clear.
Not sure what you're talking about. Have a lovely day. I'm sorry for my friend's manners.
We're
We're working on that.
I mean the potion. Oh, got it. Got it, because we're not talking
God,
about it.
I need to find more intelligent friends, I say as I walk out.
We're friends? And the door shuts. We're gonna cut back over to Joe. As you're standing in this field looking out across the back.
Forgot I was here for a second.
Looking across the back, you see a familiar sight. You see the beautiful, beautiful scenery of the sun setting over the ocean. You remember seeing the docks, seeing people, drunk sailors walking away and kind of stumbling over each other on their way to the tavern. You see the hustle and bustle of people kind of trying to make their way home at the end of the night. But as you kind of look at all of it, nothing compares to the tiefling standing in front of you. Bright and warm smile, kind of stuck in her own head. She kind of just seems almost like a picture painted in real life, standing still and yet simultaneously in motion. She finds a little bit of a disturbance around her. She kind of seems a little bit confused. And she turns her head and she slowly turns it and sees you standing in front of her.
Let me check the spell list real quick. Fuck, lady. Yeah, I don't have anything to. I probably would get lost in the moment for a little bit. Like, I'd forget that I'm just staring like a fucking stalker and just kind of be like, oh. Hi.
As she kind of looks at you, it almost feels like it takes her a second. As she looks, grown facial hair. You have much longer hair than you did previously. Your scales are somewhat different colors. But as she looks at you in your face, and your eyes match with hers, these dark green eyes, she looks at you, and she slowly reaches down, and she takes off her shoes.
Oh.
And she sprints at you.
Oh, fuck.
And throws her entire speed and body weight directly into your chest, knocking the wind out of you and knocking you both to the ground. You take
30 points of psychic damage.
3 bludgeoning damage.
Fuck!
As your head...
Goddamn linebacker!
I can fix that.
As she tackles you to the ground, and all you can hear is her crying. As she starts to beat down on your chest with her fists as she's crying, and she's like starting to like get a little bit more ferocious, and then you catch her arms in both of your hands as you see the tears rush down from her face. And she says, "You stupid idiot.
We have a lot to talk about.
She kind of collects herself, gets off, realizes her skirt kind of flown a little bit too much to the side for a cleric of Mistra. Straightens herself up. You stand up and you actually help her to her feet, holding her hand out in front of you. And as you pull her up, she kind of grabs your face and she says, Lucian's gonna kill you.
I know.
As she kind of looks at you and glances behind you, like looks past you, and she kind of does one of these. First, you think she's ushering your friends forward. But slowly from behind, you feel a very tough, hard, and gruff tug from behind as what appears to be two strong, rippling arms grab you grab around your shoulders. As you feel very long, dark hair cascade in front of you. And as you turn around and you see Lucian, tears in his eyes, and a furious face. Just fucking pissed.
Hey, buddy.
And as Lucian looks at you and he kind of realizes his anger, kind of flushes it off and wipes the tears from his eyes. So, I hear you're some sort of fucking badass now.
I'll kind of look at him and look back to Odium and just kind of give a questioning look.
I'm just grinning with a thumbs up.
No. I've definitely picked up a few things since we last spoke. You both look great.
Lucian just looks at you and says, man, fuck you.
That's fair enough.
But he puts his hands on your shoulder and pulls you into another hug. He says, but welcome back.
I feel like at this point Joe would probably begin to tear up as well, and a very shakily hug Lucian, but then remember that he actually wanted to talk with them and kind of push back and to say, so I'll be. It is really good to see both of you, but I'm here for business. I do have some things I need to attend to, one of which is explaining everything that happened.
How can you explain what happened? None of us know.
That's the thing, buddy. And I'll kind of take a step back. So I have acquired some new things, but I only learned that I had them that night. And then I'll use control flames to, like,
As you see the flames start to erupt from your hand, you see a great fear in Lucian's face. And as you are about to snuff it out, you see Lucian grab your hand that has the fire, and as it instantly touches, you see it start to sear his hands. The smoke starts to... Often you see him kind of shaking as his hand is burned and red.
I'll drop the flame.
As Johanna runs over, she says, "What are you doing?" And you see him grasping his hand, and he says, and as Johanna reaches her hands out and starts healing his hand, you see the wounds start to close up and start to heal. As he's kind of this pained look, this squinted brow starts to fade from his face, he says, "You've blamed yourself for all this time, haven't you?"
Yeah?
And as he looks over, you see this mark. He moves his hair out of his face as this giant burn cascades all the way down, even onto his neck. There's almost an entire side of his face is burned by this fire, he says. But he lifts his hand up, and where your flames had burned are no longer there. He says, "You didn't cause this. For your hair flames can be healed." And as he reaches his hand out and he touches yours, he grabs it and just pulls you a little closer. And he says, "You ran away because you blamed yourself. But it wasn't you. It was something else." As Johanna gets this kind of realization, she slaps him across the good side of his face, not holding
Okay,
back,
well,
just
what?
as he kind of grabs his face. She says, "What the hell was that? What if it had actually been burned? What if I couldn't heal it?" He said, "Then you'd be some shit healer, wouldn't you?" As he kind of wipes the blood away from his mouth, as you see her kind of realizing he's in good spirits again. "I'm gonna heal those burns someday. And then I'll be able to see your full ugly face again. She moves forward and kind of sneers at him. And he's like, he kind of sneers back and says, I wouldn't have it any other way. Prove me wrong. As you kind of see this intensity and this kind of very almost toxic chemistry between the two of them, kind of fueling each other. They kind of catch themselves and remember that Joe's there and is like,
I feel like Joe would slowly but steadily be creeping back into the I'm with my friends kind of way and just kind of be like, you know, I personally think that it's a bit of an improvement.
Lucian looks back at you and he says, hey, you've had your entire fucking face covered since you were a child, alright? I don't want to fucking hear it from you.
Sorry. Well, I'll bite. If it wasn't me, then who? Or what? Or do you know?
As Lucian looks over at Johanna, Johanna's like, I have a theory.
Okay.
Lucian, why don't you go get the children in for supper? It's way past their time, and also we've given them enough of a show, don't you think? As she ushers back, and you just see Odium leaning up against the fucking, like, gate, just looking, kind of posting up.
It's like I don't know what. It's so awkward.
Yeah.
I'll motion for Odium and Lucia to walk forward, just kind of like.
Is that kid still throwing rocks at the side of the brand new or where they're building?
So you would have seen this as Lucian walked his way out. He saw the kid throwing rocks at the side, and he pulled him aside and instead gave him a ball to play with and said, we need to take care of our new things so they can stay new as long as possible.
He is a nicer person than me. I was gonna cast command on him. I was only gonna make him stop throwing rocks. Not gonna do anything crazy.
Yeah.
Man, Waterdeep's changed you, Odium.
Jesus.
I blame my patron for that. Which one? I'll never tell.
As you get the motion from Joe to come over, Lucia grabs your hand and is like, oh, finally. And like rushes through. And they kind of say hi to you. And Lucian says, good to see you again, Odium. Lucia. I'm gonna go get the kids ready for dinner. We'll talk later, small fry. As he kind of smiles. And kind of...
Was he talking to Joe when he said that?
Yeah.
Go look at Joe. I'll kill him if you want me to. Take his head right off.
Don't kill him, no. That's my friend.
At the mention of he's
Please,
my friend,
no, don't do that.
You see him just give this biggest grin. And then immediately, like, hypermasculine covered up, like, oh shit, I had feelings.
Oh no. Feelings.
Feelings. As he goes and gathers the kids and they usher them in, Johanna looks at you and she says, "You asked me if I know what the fire was caused by. Not exactly. But it appears to be, in my research at least, radiant in nature, not flame."
I looked to Odium and I said, "Is this one of yours?"
It is quite possible.
Now
Is-
remember, radiant does not mean good.
do you have any idea where?
How well I know.
Do you have any idea where the radiant flames came from?
She kind of sits, kind of leans up against the tree, defeated. Very uncharacteristic of what you would imagine an acolyte of any goddess to be. She kind of just sits down. I don't know. It spread like flames. Moved across floors, levels, wood in seconds. It burned, but it seared. It leaves physical marks on the survivors. And the people... And she kind of collects herself again and says, "And the people who died, there were no remnants left."
I got flash fried. Do I have any idea of what could possibly do that?
Make an Arcana check.
I'm so good at these. Oh, hey, my wizard father might have taught me something. That is a total of 17.
So, as far as a particular spell, no idea. But as far as schools of magic, it would be a form of conjuration magic. That would be if someone were able to open a plane of existence for where these sacred like flames would be, it would almost just be like an outpour. Kind of like if you were to just poke a hole in the side of a keg of beer and all of a sudden it just starts flowing out. You open a portal to a place like that, pours out.
Got it.
Now this type of magic, this radiant, you hate to say it, you really hate to think it,
Please don't.
seems pretty fey in nature to fucking you.
Damn it! Anyone watching?
The bastardization of magic, the seeming like one thing to another, the kind of breaking the normal bounds of magic and how you perceive it, seems pretty fucking fey to you.
Anyone watching Odium's face is watching me like, kind of like, I'm figuring things out as it gets real. I look a teensy bit scared and a little angry, mostly irritated.
Johanna says the closest thing that I have found to magic like this. And she holds out her hand. You see it glow in this bright, almost pink orange like glow. But there's a searing white light with it as she casts fairy fire in her hand.
I fear I may have encountered a similar magics in the fucking Feywild.
As you see Johanna look up, she says, Faye. As you see all of a sudden these gears start to turn in her head, and she's like, I must do some research. I love reading. Thank you. Odium, your name was, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. And she kind of shakes off. She looks at you. She's like, I'm not done with you yet. As she looks to Joe. Why just disappear?
That's what I told Lucian. When everything happened, I saw what was going on. It looked like flames were coming from me. So when I saw the fire, I heard the screams, and I saw what was happening. I couldn't, if that was true, then I couldn't face myself or you or Lucian or anyone. I was a coward.
No. Well, yes. But you honestly thought you were protecting us.
Yes.
And so you took
I
that
thought that-
burden upon yourself.
Yes.
But it is not your sin.
I thought it was.
As Johanna reaches up and touches your face, and for a moment, you see a glint. She grasps your face and she says, but it's not. It's not your fault. It never was.
I know that now. It's a lot to process all at once. I've had a weird couple days.
I would imagine so, with your father being the new Speaker of the Lords. You realize, and she kind of leans in, how much this changes everything for him, right?
Joe will kind of get that serious look in his eyes, just like, what, the fact that I'm alive?
I think you had a different understanding of coming here than I perceive it. From what I understand, you coming here to Waterdeep was repentance and vengeance, perhaps. But if you're wanting my opinion, Joe, I see you as justice.
Well, whatever the case may be, everything goes well. Hopefully things will change here in Waterdeep. Hopefully soon.
Just promise me one thing, Joe.
Okay.
Promise me you'll come to my wedding.
I promise.
From the
Sorry,
outside,
Father.
also Odium, it should be of note that Joe and Johanna are like having this conversation like this. Like Johanna's down here and Joe is like, I thought I was never going to see you again. You know, like it's very much like they're having a moment and you and Lucia are just
there.
Lucia's she says,
Wonder how this arc would have gone differently if Joan were here.
she kind of brushes herself off and she says, if you, I know you probably have other things to do, but you're welcome at the temple anytime, Joe.
I will stay in touch. This wasn't just a drop-in. This was... I do hope to stay connected with you and Lucian.
She says, well. And as she takes off her necklace, a simple amulet just has the symbol of Mistra on it. And she says, I don't know if you're a religious person or not, but you don't have to wear this. Just hold on to it for me. And whenever you're thinking about me, I'm right there with you. Like I've always been.
I'll give her a hug.
She says, welcome home. As she kisses you on the cheek, does one last grasp of your hand, and then she nods to Odium and Lucia, and she walks out and into the orphanage, takes one last look through the doors, smiles and waves, and then shuts the door behind her.
See, don't you feel better for having come here and had this conversation?
I want to throw up.
Please do not do it on my boots.
So cutting over to Flavortown and Friends, you make your way out with that potion in your hand.
So anyway, I was saying, I never told Trudy I wouldn't cast a sky sonnet.
Negative
rocking.
inspiration points.
We have 2 now?
Actually, Eri, once we get away and we have some time, um, I could cast Identify on that potion.
So just you hand it over. I want to read, like, I don't do the magic thing, but I do the research thing, so.
No. If you would prefer to spend all day in the library doing that, but take me 10 minutes, then please.
I mean, please, by all means, take 10 minutes to cast your spell. And I will spend hours in the library learning more about this woman and her condition.
Actually, that seems like time much better spent. Yes, please. I'm sorry to make fun of that. I make jokes when I'm nervous. And I'm going to begin casting Identify.
You must be nervous all the time.
You have absolutely no idea.
Also, Nick, for that roleplay, take 1 inspiration point. So I would say right about now, after both of those things are said and done, traveling, it is now around 8 o'clock at night. And I would say, Ari, you said that you were wanting to have a conversation with Trudy
I do.
this evening.
Yeah, I did.
But is there anything else anyone would like to do with their evening?
I want to go back and steal the Peridium.
Okay.
Barthos is still trying to catch up on the Book of Barthos, Volume 4.
Okay. Odia, anything you would like to do this evening?
My armor's not done being treated yet, is it?
No. It'll be
We
ready
have to pick it
tomorrow
up
morning.
tomorrow.
Then I would like to go back to because I'm naked and exposed without it.
Lucia's like, Odium, I just thought if you were interested or whatever, it's like fine if not, but like,
Date time.
I'm just curious, like, would you want to like, get dinner, just the two of us tonight? If that would be okay?
Oh God! Considering we've been in town for a couple days and I've already been attacked. Sure. You know what? Fuck it. That Joe's still there.
I'll look to Odium and just say, "Oh no, by all means, I drug the two of you along to deal with my bullshit. You two go have fun. Odium, treat her well." Bardic inspiration.
Joe, I was curious. How do you inspire people? Like, do you use an instrument? Or...
So this is because I went with like the fact that we just made Joe the most depressing thing on the planet. I just thought that like, well, no, the idea was I inspire him by him comparing himself to me and being like, you know what, I'm doing fine.
Alright, so I went ahead and gave myself a wisdom save to see if I can still the courage to say yes, because I'm without my armor and I don't. So many things want to kill me right now.
So anytime we take inspiration from Joe, we have to make a wisdom save to see if we understand what he's doing. If yes, 1 point of inspiration. If no, 1 point of depression.
You just look at Joe, you're like, oh, buddy.
It's okay. You're going. This is fine. I will. I'll look at you know what? I think we deserve some fun.
Just take
so
this
too.
woman on a date already?
I think so too. Okay, well, like, let's go back to the place and like freshen up, get like nice. Like, I've got a dress. It's not a big deal or anything, but.
Oh, I just squeeze my hand and change my clothes.
Oh, well, I can't do that.
Duh.
So you're still gonna have to walk me back to the fucking temple.
should we get like some boba, maybe some tea?
No more. Never boba. I did not have a good experience with boba last time. I ended up kidnapped.
Yeah,
Go
I
figure.
remember.
But we can
There
do. You know what? I think we should go to. I hear they're going to be putting on some shows in the town square tonight. Some like theatrical shows, stage shows, and I think that would be a lot of fun.
Wait, what kind of shows?
Theatrical shows.
Oh, I thought she said Faye shows. I was gonna go. That's fine. I don't want to go.
Nope.
That sounds like a magical evening.
Can I pull Odium aside real quick? Sorry. I'll look at Odium and just be like, Odium, I trust you, and I know that you're the best of us. But just in case, and I'll hand him my ring of protection.
I can't attune to it. I have too many things. Oh my god. Oh,
I am fucking dead.
that one almost went over my head.
Did you tell, man?
No fucking way.
I'm just like
I can't give you inspiration again. I'm sorry, I can't.
It's fine. It's fine.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I am attuned to oh. I don't think that is going to be necessary, but I appreciate you looking out for my best interests. I just think it's going to be dinner, maybe a show. A little bead of sweat drips down.
To be fair, the one date Joe has been on with his current Boofang
Person.
ended with a night, so he's like, hey man, you never know.
All right.
You hold on to the ring. I did. All right, let's go. Let's go change.
As a very insistent Odium starts
walking away.
pulling Lucia away from the conversation. As Lucia turns around, she's going to take that ring of protection from you, and she's going to be like, "I'll hold on to that."
I'll just kind of look at her and just be like, okay. And then just kind of be like, you got it.
All right, so moving forward,
Trying to help my butt.
eventually, Odium, I'm going to need you to roll a D100 for me.
Oh God!
But for now, we're going to jump ahead
Roll
to...
for baby.
We're going to jump ahead to Knock.
Roll for horny.
I need for you to roll a stealth check. It is night, so it doesn't take much for a fully black figure dressed in black during the black of night to be pretty hidden.
21.
Okay.
I'm Batman.
So as you make your way into the shop, you kind of poke your head in and you're able to get a good layout. It appears that the man that you met, O'Brien, or O'Branigan, excuse me, is asleep at the front desk, mouth hanging open. And there appear to be no customers. It does appear to be closed. So as you go to the door just to see if it's locked, the door is still unlocked, giving you the assumption that he probably fell asleep before he was supposed to close the shop up and never did. With his passive perception, you can easily sneak in there.
All right. Is there any way to the Peridium on the shelf?
So he's asleep at the front desk now. He is kind of looking, kind of draped off to the side. His face is looking the other direction. His feet are up this way, and he is kind of facing away from the Peridium that's off, kind of out of his line of sight. But you would
Actually-
have to climb up onto the same desk that he is on.
Actually, can I go back a little bit because I want to make a forgery of it?
Okay.
I don't know what check that is. To produce a forgery?
Are you trying to make a physical forgery of what
Yeah, I
material?
basically want to like paint a rock silver.
Okay. That would be either a sleight of hand check, or I would even say a performance check.
I'll do sleight of hand. I get advantage on checks to produce forgeries, so thank God, because one of them's a 5. Don't laugh at my misfortune. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. You're able to create without being able to feel it in your hands and know how much weight it is or the density of it. It looks pretty similar, to be honest. You try and get the shape. You take a little bit of time to try and make sure that it's right. It looks pretty dang similar. It doesn't look exact, but it looks pretty similar.
Okay. So I want to take that, go in, and try to do a little Indiana Jones action. Replace.
Okay. So I'm going to need you to roll a stealth check at disadvantage because he is asleep on the desk that you were trying to stand on top of.
I believe in you.
Oh no. Oh no. Was that a 20 and a 1? Is that what that face is?
I'm gonna tell you right now. The highest roll was a 3. The lowest roll was a 1.
You rolled poorly.
So, viewers here on Twitch, what will Sporklet's next character be?
As this guy is asleep, he's kind of here, and you stand on top of the desk, and as he's kind of just and just sees you standing there like, and you look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him, he looks at me.
You gotta kill him. That's it.
He just looks at you, and he's just like still kind of trying to piece it together because he's not smart. He's like, "Are you trying to steal from us?"
In Auron, when I see him looking at me, or in Primordial rather, I'm just going to like I'm going to do my best to cosplay as like a phantasm of the night that is haunting his nightmares. I'm just going to like I'm gonna use my mimicry to mimic the sounds of like very close to his ear so they're not actually that loud, but like mimic the sounds of like the wind rushing by and like things crashing onto the ground. And I'm just
Okay.
going to like speak in guttural primordial and just be like, "You do not see me. This is a dream."
Yeah, make a performance check.
I love this. Oh no!
That's a 9 plus 1. That's a 10.
Oh no!
Okay. He's going to roll an insight check.
Boo.
Oh wait, I have for mimicry. Mimicry would be my deception versus insight. Can I add my deception
Yeah.
to that? Okay, so that's a +4. That's a 13. 3 extra points.
Okay.
He got a 12.
Can
Oh,
Kenku get voice cracks?
oh,
He got a 12. He's
Alright,
not
cool,
a smart
so-
guy. He's not a smart guy.
Show up when this guy runs the shop.
And he just is like, at first he kind of like sits there, he's like, gets angry and starts sitting up, but then he hears the voice like whisper in his ear and you're standing in front of him, and he's like, and he starts like running into the bag.
Demon devil.
He does appear to be grabbing a weapon though.
That's okay. I'm going to jump up and try to replace the Peridium.
Okay.
Is he okay? So in my head, what I want to happen is I want to replace the Peridium and either be at a different location in the store or out the door before he comes back. So if he's gonna come back soon, I hope to be at a different location away from where the Peridium is.
Okay. Yeah, you can get. I mean, you have 25 feet of movement. This shop is only probably, including the back room, 30 feet wide. So you can get anywhere in the room that you want to. But you can also make it out the front door in one turn if you want to.
I will do that.
Okay.
I'm just gonna leave.
How
With
do
not
you?
a thing
How do you?
looking out of place?
Yeah, you shut the door behind you and you just kind of do the whisper noise that you've heard from other people, just like.
Went off without a hit.
Okay.
Just
All right.
as planned.
So, next up, it's starting to get into the evening. Aerie, you get back to the temple. Was there anything? Did you want to go by the library and check out some stuff? Or were you wanting to talk to Trudy first?
I feel like the library is going to be second. Yeah, there's too much that she has to research.
Okay.
That won't be a quick trip.
All right. So,
I'll go knock on Trudy's door.
with a knock, you hear a come in.
Come
And
on in.
as you open the door and you see Trudy sitting there, but for the first time she appears to be in a nightgown, like night clothes. It's kind of like seeing your teacher after school, you know, and they're wearing like different clothes, like you see them at like a Moe's or something, or like a Chipotle, and it's
They're
just kind of
people too?
awkward. Yeah, it's just kind of weird.
It's like a Chipotle.
Yeah. Yeah. She says, "Sorry, I had to get comfortable. I have quite a crick in my neck from these past couple of days."
From staring at the sky as somebody keeps writing in the clouds.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes, one of those things, yes. But here, come, sit. As she kind of sits across at this desk that's in her room and ushers to a chair. It appears to just be the two of you in this room.
Trust a DM who says it appears.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Why?
Because I'm a shit stirrer.
So Ari will go to the chair, but is gonna stand behind it for a second before sitting down because she has to say something. She has to say something before she sits down. I owe you. Oh, God. I'm sorry for throwing a temper tantrum earlier. That was uncalled for. I'm trying not let my anger cloud my judgment, and it is really hard. But you say a certain name, triggers certain emotions, and all I see is red, and I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Eri. Please, sit down.
Now I'll sit.
She says, you and I share a great distaste for the same type of person. So your anger is understood.
I guess it's a little directed at you, too. I mean, I know your business is your business, just like you said our business is our business. But, I mean, one, you're the smartest person I know outside of, you're one of the smartest people I know. I was kind of raised by a librarian, so I feel like he up there too. And I still have a very hard time believing you didn't know why we were coming to Waterdeep, but if you want to pretend to be ignorant of that, that's fine. But also, I don't know, when we got back from the forest and you told me, actually, and Barthos, because we were both in your office, and you told us about fighting the cultists in the mountains, and then that name, and then I came to you and explained absolutely everything I knew about that. I don't know. Maybe I just assumed that you would be forthright in sharing information regarding the connection we have to that. So, yeah.
At the time, Eri, I couldn't. But there is someone who can. As she kind of ushers, and as Ezra walks in from the shadows. And if it was anyone else, I would ask them to make a perception check. But because it's you, you notice a bright silver pin with a harp and an arrow on it, on Ezra's robe.
Well, that explains quite a bit.
Kind of makes sense now, doesn't it? As she kind of winks at you. I'm sorry, Eri, as she continues forward. I'm sorry I couldn't be honest with you, but it's not my secret to tell. See, Ezra has been looking into this Cyric activity for some time now. It's her that came to Waterdeep in the first place. But as corrupt and as crazy as this town is, we see the Zentarum here. We see movements. But we didn't know where they were coming from. At first. For we assumed it was arcane in nature, that they were teleporting in via the circle, or had their own summoning circle somewhere in town. But modern magic has spoiled us. They haven't been coming in via magic. The Zentarum have been traveling by boat. Do you know where they've been coming from, Eri?
Oh, I'm gonna guess someone from the south that I'm potentially very familiar with.
I'm afraid so. Calimport.
Yeah, it's kind of a terrible place.
We have a feeling to believe, we have a reason to believe that they're hiding out not in the old temple of Agma, but in the forest of repentance.
Not naming that location mean anything to me?
Make a history check.
26.
It means something to you. You've met someone going there before.
Yep. Yeah, I've heard interesting things about that place. I met someone actually traveling there. He was going to see if he could get a curse reversed. Yeah. I hope he did.
Tell me this, Eri. And it's Ezra speaking now. She says, if you were given the opportunity to face him now, would you?
I would die trying, but yeah, I would. There's nothing on this planet I want more than to see him dead.
Ezra looks at Trudy, and Trudy nods. As Trudy produces a piece of paper out of her nightgown and passes it over to you. As you kind of go and you open it up, flip it open, you see it's a contract for a quest from another round. Underneath the quest marking, it says, help needed. Cultist sighting. Demon dragon. Cursed people. Souls lost. Reward offering is 500 diamonds.
Does it have a location?
Said the closest location that we've gotten from this person was the forest.
That's a long ways away. I mean, you saw him last in the mountains. I mean, that was a couple weeks ago, but... And you can teleport.
Harry, look at the name.
Oh, look at the name.
All it says is one letter. A.
Okay.
We only spoke via message. He appears to be a wizard of some kind.
Wait, okay. You got this from a wizard whose initial is A.
Yes.
Okay. May I keep this?
Of course.
I
That is
will
your contract.
I will stick it in my journal.
If you wish to accept this quest, all of you will have to set out sometime soon when you're ready.
I am not accepting on their behalf.
No,
I can't ask them to do that.
no. I'm mainly just giving it to you as an option. Talk with your friends. There's one more thing. As there always is.
You know, I saw this conversation going differently in my head.
You can never predict my conversations. You should stop.
One more thing you said.
Yes. Do you know who's visiting town currently?
Oh, you mean the Davenports? Yeah.
Hmm.
At
Have
least,
you heard anything?
I mean, at least Lord Davenport. I don't know if he brought Rosalind, but you know, Lord Davenport's shacking up with Duke Luna. Oh, sorry, I've been hanging out with Barthos too long.
The Satsa God sing.
It says,
And I know when Duke Luna was in New Neverwinter last, he was at Lord Davenport's.
my fear has been confirmed.
Can we not be cryptic, please?
Lord Davenport, from my intel, wishes to take Neverwinter for himself.
As his daughter wants to be a princess.
Uranus will be taking the tests later this week. He's doing well. Thanks to you all.
Ezri, did you ever look into that painting I told you about at Davenport's political office? You know, where Arthos and I got firebombed?
Ezra smiles and says, I didn't.
The one that smells like blood?
But the Watchers might have apprehended it.
I don't suppose it's what I think it is.
What do you think it is?
Really?
Come on. It's not fun if I say it.
I guess I did say let's not be cryptic as I go back through my notes and try to remember. Oh, a weeping child. Is that what they're called?
The Whispering Children.
Whispering! Not weeping. Whispering children.
You're thinking of Joe.
The Whispering Children, she says, yes.
Is it? Yeah.
It is.
Great.
We've not been able to destroy it yet.
That's... There was
But-
36, right?
26.
26. 2 accounted for and destroyed. And this is the third one? Something
Yes.
like that? Yeah, see, look, I don't have to read my notes.
But she says, yes.
Great.
The reason I bring this up is because I fear Waterdeep and Neverwinter might be on rocky terms for a little bit.
I mean, if Luna and Davenport are best friends, yeah, and you're trying to I don't know,
Oh, I
Overthrow?
don't get to the
Davenport?
nature of their agreement as friendship. Davenport is a slave trader. Whose boats do you think the Zentarum are riding in on?
Yeah, you know what else a slave trader can do? He can provide cultists with a lot of people to experiment on.
I will be investigating that part myself, as Race kind of leans back. I shall meet you out there if you wish. If not, we can find another group of adventurers. But with Joe, and with this, I really honestly think these can be the nails in the coffin that put Duke Luna's reputation and himself in the ground for good.
Anyone just tried assassinating him? Just throwing it out there. You're super sneaky.
The person who trained me. We called him Z. Always told me one thing. Don't pick a fight you know you can win. Pick a fight that you can never lose. I don't know that I can win that fight. I can get the first strike, that I'm sure. But the ending blow, I don't know enough about Duke Luna, what his ties actually are. I need to investigate, cut off the heads of this Hydra that he calls his empire, and one by one pick them apart. It's
Not,
weaker without the heads.
not one necessarily to put much stock in fate, but I don't think his life is yours to take anyway. I think that belongs to someone else.
As long as he dies, I'll smoke a cigarette in his honor.
I know someone who can help you light it, too.
Trudy picking up on the simile is like, yes, well, are there any other questions you have, Ari?
That's so many.
Chat with your friends. See what they think. If not, no hard feelings. But I really do think you're all the best for the job. I also think...
You know, I'm sure I'll have other questions, but I think I'm gonna go try to talk to your god, if I can. I don't suppose you have anything you want me to tell him.
Yeah. Say, can he reach out to his actual believers once in a while?
You know, I think he just... Yeah.
Thank you, Harry.
And I will walk out.
All right, we're gonna cut over.
And I'm going to the library.
Okay, I'm gonna cut over to Barthos. Barthos, you're just writing away on your book.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
As you are writing away, this particular chapter being how you single-handedly defended all of your compatriots from the wolf spiders.
Yeah, like that's completely accurate, I feel. Mhm.
You hear
That-
you see a familiar watercolor almost style face pop up in your book. Telling
Miss-
lies again. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Please, I do not need you to proofread. This is the things that happens. We had just recently, I had accepted your book, and I had learned the spell Eldritch Blast and Repelling Blast, no less. So as the spiders were crawling up from the cellar, I was knocking them off the walls back into the cellar once more.
Hmm.
That is how I perhaps intended it to be, not as how it actually was. You had something to say, madam.
Just coming to chat for a bit.
I
It's quite
confess,
lonely in this form.
I confess, I did promise that I would be more. Uh, I would approach you more often. I'm starting to accept that the greatness of Bathos is not organically grown.
Hmm. I think he's organically grown. He just has a really harsh set of paint on him at the moment.
And a very wunderbar fertilizer, if I might add. You've been a great asset, and while it is very difficult for me to say in the past that people have helped me, I can truly say that I would not be here today if not for you, Mistra.
Hmm. Don't say such words to a lady. No, like that, Barthos.
I'm not trying to flatter you, I'm only being truthful. It's not something I do often. Don't take advantage of it.
Take advantage of you? Never.
I appreciate you. Um, that being said, we do find ourselves in, if I must say, turmoil, predicaments. This bite is fair once again. At least it's not mine own past coming to haunt me, but still, the company I keep. Uh, I do treasure it, truly. Um, I do hope you are invested in this part of the adventure, their portions, as you are mine.
I promise you, Barthos. I'll do everything in my power not just to protect you, but protect your friends as well.
That means more than I care to admit out loud. I say writing that in the journal.
As she kind of whispers away, almost this faint smell of cherry blossoms fill the air, and then remembers, oh, he doesn't like that, and then switches it to more of a pansy kind of smell.
Scowls immediately. Speaking of, is there anything that you can do about this horrid appearance that I seem to be bequeathed upon?
She looks and she says, "You're cursed, Barthos."
I realize that, but this is a curse, and you are, correct me if I'm wrong, the goddess of magic.
Yes, and if I was the goddess of magic that wasn't partially fragmented, then yes, I could possibly do something about it.
So
But I am not at my full power because Cyric sapped some of it.
So what you are saying is
Be
if
careful with your words.
I see. So what you are saying, if I take up the gallant light of the quest of righteousness and truth, and forge forth for victory and righteousness, I can get rid of this terrible chiseled chin mine?
Or you can get the curse removed.
Also that.
Yeah. But this is a
Wunderbar.
legendary level curse, so
And you are a legendary level goddess,
Yes.
fractured or not.
that is very sweet of you to say.
It is very
But
honest.
I can't currently do anything about it. Now, if you were to gain one of my main 3 artifacts, those can perform miracles.
I must ask, for gaining one of these 3, are they also part of your fragments?
No, more like pools of my magic.
And where would one find such things? And particularly, what do they do? Ari, please take notes.
The vessels are, like I said, are more like pools. Wells that you can pull buckets down and pull magic up from. They're artifacts that allow you to use much more magic power than you would normally ever have. But there is a limit.
As with all things, I would assume. After all, as you told me, you redefined the limits of what such magic were.
Mm-hmm. These are known as the pillars of my magic. These vessels keep my energy in this world grounded. But because of that, I can't tell you where they are. I know, but I haven't spoken these names out loud, these locations out loud, since the restart of this universe. That is mainly to keep them safe.
If I may be so bold, Madam Mistra. Two things. One, what would happen if these pillars were shattered?
Well, the first one, not much. Perhaps a surge of wild magic that would spurge throughout the entire realm. Second one, fragmenting of reality, reliving moments, certain parts of the realm splitting off. Our plane reminiscent of all of the other planes, crossing over. Kind of almost like there's an overlap of our world and the next realms being overtaken. The third one, and she kind of swirls her hand on your page, and all of your words start to form into a kind of giant circle, and they swarm together, kind of create what you appear to see as a black hole that sucks everything down, and then immediately everything flashes white. And then the words slowly fade back up to the page.
I confess, Mistra, I feel as if one of these pillars may have already been damaged, for I have seen Airy in my thoughts, named Maris.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but all of my pillars as they now stand,
They are safe.
for now.
But if Cyric, assuming that his name does not summon him, is truly the one that is coming for you, would he not be coming for these pools as well? Or his agents, perhaps?
Well, any deity could use my magic for their own doing, their own bidding. It's not a matter of Cyric or Elistray or Cyrili or Ogma or Lolth. Any of these gods or goddesses could dip their bucket into my pool.
Do you trust me, Mistra?
I always trust men less when they ask me that question.
That is a fair question. Or that is a fair answer, rather. I would use this magic for my own gains, yes, to reverse this curse on me. But I do have a vested interest in making sure that my story, and your story as well, is told. Whatever this dark hole entity in which everything is consumed. This seems like a terrible end. I don't like stories that end.
Every story must come to an end, Barthos.
Not the best.
It'd be a shame for it to end now.
The best stories, to me, are retold over and over and over again, gaining in grandeur every single time they are retold, until they become immortal. That's... You already know this. Immortality through stories what I wish to never be forgotten again. And if...
I didn't hear that last bit. Sorry.
Sorry, I said, and if helping the goddess who created magic itself is part of my story, then truly, Mister, help me help you.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, I am decent at those. Does a... Oh, hold on, let me double check just to make sure I'm not lying to you, because I think
It's
I
a
know this math.
34.
Yeah, it's a lot of math. He has to get his feet out so he can count on his toes too.
Mm-hmm.
taking the shoes off, and does a. It's only a 31.
Only a 31.
How when I
DC was a 32. Too bad.
yeah, too bad, too sad.
We're not
I'm
playing
just-
Pathfinder.
Oh God. She looks at you for a second, and you feel her do an insight check on you.
I'm being completely honest. The one thing Barthos does not want is for his story to be forgotten.
She's doing a more of an insight check on your heart
Oh God.
to see who she views that you serve. Truly. Yourself or
I would
Mistra?
say at this point, Barthos serves his friends.
She says, I've got to be honest. As you feel her eyes just looking into your soul, piercing your every thought, you almost see your book start to flip back as she starts looking through your sentences, dissecting them at every moment. But she says, got to be honest, it's not the answer that I necessarily wanted. But it's a much better answer than you had when I met you.
What can I say? Character development, even in my non-story. Then I may not.
If you end up needing that magic, I can help you.
I have 4 friends right now. Well, 3.5 really. Nock is a lovely individual, but is really just absolutely. You've met him. I hope he's absolutely adorable. Eri has, to put this slightly and politely, some shit to work out. Harold owes his soul to, last count, 4 different gods. One of them being your daughter, another being your
What,
sister.
Harold?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's quite terrible. At the moment, we worried mostly about Jolandis, who's, I mean, it would take years to describe the tangled webs that that individual is. Love him to death, great. Love him, love him. Um, if I could do something to help these individuals, they have helped me. They've put their life on the line for me.
Before you go to bed tonight, Barthos, do me a favor.
And please don't tell me I have to tell them this.
No.
Thank God. I thank you.
Take your quill, and I want you to draw a self-portrait of yourself.
I'm not an artist. I'm a writer.
It's the same thing.
Very
I
well.
didn't say draw a picture. I said draw a portrait.
This I will do. For you. And partially for me.
As she kind of nods, her hair starting to blow and start to swirl again, she says, do that for me, and I will help you. And as she kind of swirls away and she says, I personally like the chiseled face, but I prefer the real one.
That simply proves to me that Even goddesses can have poor taste.
With that, you snap your book shut, put it on your chest, and just kind of lay and stare at the ceiling for a little bit. As Joe walks in, followed by Odium and Lucia, as Lucia starts immediately just throwing stuff out of her bag, pulling up dresses, and then she starts to get undressed while you guys are all still in there. Just no care about
Immediately
anything.
cast misty visions. Teal curtains go up around her.
And as the teal curtains eventually, she's like, okay, I'm done changing. And then they slowly lower. And Lucia is dressed in a nice, frilly, bright pink gown that's has lovely bows and like fringe all over it with a black choker. And she does appear to be wearing high heel shoes.
I do not own any nice clothes. So I am just going to focus on my cloak and have it change to match what she's wearing right now.
How tall is Odium?
5'10".
I have nothing that will help.
Like I'm in common clothes.
A
They're
little
fine,
taller.
but she's dressed very fancy.
I mean, so she's
I will just look at Odium and go, "You've got Cisprasa." Bardic inspiration.
It's the second one.
double stacked.
Don't any of you guys have like a disguise or
I
like
do, but I'm 5'4".
like makeup or something?
I would give him some of my
Mine,
finer clothes, but mine are very specifically tailored to me.
and my makeup, to be fair, is based on a base coat of blue.
As you see Lucia take out her makeup, and she starts like putting it on, like her stuff, and like clearing it out. Someone make a perception check.
Not me.
Sure. I'm good at these.
Deal.
Oh, hey, I actually rolled nicely. 19.
I actually rolled pretty bad. 14.
You both. I mean, 14. It's not that high of a DC. You just see that the outside of her makeup says Mary Faye Cosmetics.
Oh, God damn it. Also, I get it. I see what you did there.
As she kind of snaps it shut, she says, "All right. I was thinking I saw like a lovely like a lovely tavern down the way. Actually, is a restaurant. It's called I think it's called the P Body, and they have like electrical duck servants. It's pretty cool."
We can go wherever you want.
Great. You're very handsome.
Thank you. I woke up like this.
Mm.
Flawless.
As she kind of grabs her hand, Knock, what are you doing right now?
Want to get this over to Swaggers. I don't know if he's gonna be there at night.
He does have a home on the upper surface, but when he gets crazy about his ideas and making them work, he sometimes will just sleep at his house. He's kind of fixated on this duck at the moment.
I want to go down and see if I can see him. To take him the Peridium, and then also see if he can do something with the shield.
Okay.
Knock wasn't at the room with us, was it?
Mm-mm.
No, she was.
I have my own house, thanks.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad.
Mm-hmm. She's
I
a
was-
Waterdeep citizen.
I have something for Knock, but I'll just wait until I see him.
It
I
would
bought
be.
Knock a dope ass rapier.
It
but
would be around this time that Aerie would emerge into the room, probably just to drop some things off on her way to the library.
Oh, straight to the library.
Okay. What were you checking out at the library?
I've got a list of books and topics that I want to peruse, but probably just going first back to that corner I was in this morning and legitimately trying to meditate and see if I get Ogma's waiting, like, hold music again.
Okay. Make a religion check.
Oh, what's my plus? Oh, that's only a 10.
You hear in your head. Do 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 ba ba da ba da ba da ba. You don't hear anything.
Tell me, come visit you. You make me promises, and nothing. Well, maybe he finally left his room for once. Then I'll just start my research.
Okay. What are you researching?
So many things. I want to research more history on the Lunas because Braylon said that Waterdeep would have more in-depth information for obvious reason. I want to research so when we were at dinner at Johanna's, all she told us about her scars is that she was burned and they didn't heal, and nothing heals them, and that's literally all Ari knows about it because she hasn't talked to Joe. But that was enough to get her wanting to research that, and then also going along the lines of this person, Lily sour sauce, and see if she can figure out her condition type stuff. And like what she gleaned from the potion, and just kind of look into that.
Okay. So a lot of things there. I need for you to roll me a history check. I need you to roll me an arcana check, and I need you to roll me a medicine check.
So since I'm a researcher, and the feature of that is that if the book is available, I can find it. Does that mean I automatically succeed?
I would say about the Lunas, you're able to find a couple of things out. You're able to find that these are a very, very old family of Waterdeep. Branching back.
I will say about the Lunas, I am still really trying to focus on where the heck Joe got his scales from.
Okay.
Like, and also just a little into the history of the family. But
For that, I need you to make an investigation check.
happily.
I mean,
Um,
it's pretty obvious. Only one.
Someone
One
fucked a
option.
dragon at some point. Yep.
Mhm.
16.
So, as you're kind of looking through the Luna's background, you're like looking at different people: George Luna, Lucas Luna, Reginald Luna, fucking Sharpay Luna, just all of
Bay.
all of these different Lunas that you're popping up. You don't see any dragons, and you don't really see any scales. But you do see a symbol that you recognize. And you only know this because you understand religious symbols. And you see there was a woman standing holding her husband, what appears to be like an artist rendering of her. And her name was Mary Taylor Luna. And she has what appears to be at first what just looks to appear like a serpent necklace, like it just has a snake on it. But as you kind of look at it even more, you realize that this necklace is the symbol of Timaeus.
Ooh, more gods.
Yay! You can never have too many.
Never enough.
I will add that to the list of things to start researching.
Wait a second, I'm saying this name wrong. Hang on.
You're thinking of
I have it written down somewhere, hang on.
Tiamat?
Tiamat.
I want it to be
Yeah,
Tiamat.
Tiamat.
I was gonna say, I want it to be Tiamat.
It's Tiamat.
Ah, yes. The legendary goddess, Tobias.
I see that. I shut the book and I go, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we
and
find
I just,
Tiamat?
You throw that book to the side. You're like, I'm switching subjects.
Yo,
And then
I
you-
make a note of that and move on to the next topic.
The next thing that you were asking about was the fire.
Yeah, like the nature of the fire.
Oh my.
You find that there doesn't seem to be like it's hard when there aren't actual like victims' bodies to study. Something that you did also make note of was that the bodies of the people who were burned by this fire, you don't know what stopped it, but whoever got fully consumed by the fire was disintegrated. They were burned to an actual crisp. And fire doesn't normally do that. I mean, fire that burns hot enough will, but to use fire that burns that hot for that long a time would not be like a normal spell. It's not like a conjure flames types of spell.
So because Ari has not had any conversation with Joe and the stuff that was discussed earlier today, her brain's going down the fire primordial path because, there's one asleep under New Neverwinter.
Mm-hmm.
But, okay.
As far as your yes, Joe.
I just wanted to point out that I think it's really funny that Ares' main enemy is Syrinx, the god of lies, and Tiamat is the dragon goddess of deceit.
Yeah, maybe that's also why I threw the book.
We're gonna fight so many things.
As I throw the book, I call out, "Sorry, D-Wrath. I'll pick that up."
He's just kind of nodding and he's just waving his hands, like his arms, his wings are just flowing. The third thing
What the fuck?
is going to be after some research. Barthos, I would say also, you did say you were going to cast Identify on that potion.
I did, yes.
So, as you cast Identify on that potion, it turns out to be a potion of paralysis.
Oh dear.
It is not making her condition any better. It is simply holding her in one place.
Thankfully, I ritually casted this because I had a feeling that's what it was to begin with.
Shocking. Surprising no one, this Guy Fieri guy is a dick.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Waterdeep sucks.
And the very last thing, so I would read about that, and the very last thing, honestly, is trying to read more about the forest that I'm possibly not going to tell my friends about.
Okay. For that, make an investigation check.
That's a 16 again.
Okay. As far as this forest goes, it was originally called the Forest of Ilminuis. Ilminuis.
Not going to write that down.
ILLMUNISE. This is all. It is also known as the Forest of Illusions. This was originally a place that lots of different types of creatures would go for different types of what would be like D&D vision quests, okay? Where it's kind of this idea of becoming more accepting of the part of yourself you're the most scared of.
Putting that information together with the person who told me he was traveling there make very interesting connections in my head.
It's the aspect of this forest was kind of, from your research, it's kind of hinting at the fact that like this might be a place where like there's an entrance to another realm, people get lost, there's a lot of stuff that's going on here, and because you don't see, a lot of people don't visit this place because it's dangerous, it's kind of hard to glean what exactly is true and what is false.
Does it remind me of us accidentally wandering into the Feywild when we were wandering through another forest?
No, because
Okay.
the other like Forest Never was basically like if you stay on the path, you're good.
If you don't roll a natural 1 on survival,
Survival.
you're good.
If both
Yeah.
people don't roll a natural 1 on survival. It was so stupid. Anyway, if it from what you glean from this place, it is a space where people who do not want to be found, or things that do not want to be found, or things people don't want to be found, you can find.
Okay. After all my research, and since the god is unavailable, and seeing Ezra kind of triggered a memory, and Aries going to sit in the library and focus on the air, like the breeze that's always around her, and focus on her breathing and kind of enter a meditative state that way, but just very consciously focus on the flow of the wind. See if she can do something she's never been able to do before and start trying to piece that together.
Okay. Joe, what are you planning on doing with your night?
Odium and Lucia are going out. Aries nowhere to be found. It looks like it's just me and Barthos.
Oh, hi.
Hi there.
How
was-
how are you doing, friend?
Better. One thing at a time, I guess.
That seems to be the best way. Often, one foot in front of the other, and all.
Spoke with Johanna and Lucian.
And how does that go?
My back hurts.
I don't want to know why your back hurts after a conversation, but very well.
I was tackled. But
Whatever you have to tell me, sweetheart.
okay, so apparently the thing I've been blaming myself for a year
Is
wasn't because of
everything?
me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, I know. Um, but I don't even have time to be happy about that because I'm still also processing the fact that my mother is now dead.
I I apologize, friends. I never knew mine own, so I cannot say I understand that level of loss.
I
But I
mean,
will try
I
and
didn't
feel
really
it
know her that
vicariously
well as
through.
I didn't really know her that well either, honestly.
But
Um, I don't know.
Joe, if there's one thing I've learned, is that we cannot always control the things that happen to us, but we can control how we react to them. And as I've stated before, you have my rapier wherever you go. You're not alone.
I know others, and believe me, it does me so well knowing that I have my friends beside me. Um, it's just, I don't know, strange. Definitely never thought that I would be where I am today, doing the things that I'm doing.
That's fair. But, to be fair, we are still here, doing the things that we are doing, and have agency on the things that we shall do from here.
Yeah,
I suppose that is the true question, isn't it? What do we do from here?
I don't like to think about that.
And my friend, you have all the time that you need. We will try not to insult random shop owners in the meantime. Not that I have done that thing. Ari drugged me into a situation which I was not ready for. It's completely her fault. We'll talk about that later.
I, you know what? That does sound like an airy thing.
It
Um,
totally does. That's so airy. That's going to be a new catchphrase in this campaign. So airy.
so airy. Um, got a cool necklace.
I said, "This is a cool necklace. I love it. I truly do."
It's of your patron goddess. Your relationship with her is very weird, by the way. Just wanted to know that.
Which one, Mistra?
Yes, Mistra. I know
I
about your relationship with Aerie. That's not very open.
Yeah, my relationship with Ari is quite I think it's a love hate. I've lost this to 3 times before I replaced it with a sending stone. My relationship with Mistra, however, she gave me this lovely pin and has never knocked out one of my teeth.
Well, I just meant that you're very. I don't know. You seem to have from at least what you've told me, you seem to have a closer relationship with her than most of her acolytes.
Uh, I- to be fair, my friend, I have a closer relationship with all of you than anyone I've ever had a relationship with that hasn't tried to kill me. Which is still something I'm trying to come to terms to. Please don't try to kill me. I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't. Everyone that I've had such close conversations with has tried to. I'm truly hoping that my friends with the red sashes um, simply doesn't know that I'm here. Um, but no, I digress. I truly value my relationship with you, with Oti, and with Eri. Yes,
I do have one question though, and it's been weighing on
please
my
change the
mind.
subject. Yes.
Um, so I know why I'm here, I think, and you and everyone else knows why I'm here. Does anyone have any ideas of how we're going to do that?
My friend, I think we are still waiting on a few questions to be answered. First and foremost, what you want out of all of this? Um, you have a claim to the Lord of Waterdeep if you wish it. You simply have to announce yourself so that may attract some unwanted attention.
Yeah,
Um,
I feel like if I just announced myself right now, I would just die.
Perhaps. But I mean, that's only a possibility. There are other options. I, you are here because you want to kill your father, correct? If
I
I'm
don't even
wrong,
know any.
please correct me.
Pretty, pretty much.
Or you want
I
to
want.
ensure the safety of your sister.
I. Speaking of, I would eventually like to see you. We can do that another time, though. I feel like there's a time limit on what we're doing. uh, but as far as what we're doing here with my father, I just want to. As far as what I want with me, I just want closure. If that involves killing him, it probably will, because he seems like a pretty shit dude. Um, but I just, there's a lot. It's a lot.
If
And my
that,
reactions so far have been pretty volatile. So we'll see what happens, I guess.
again, I say that we can not control the things that happen to us, but we do have the agency to control our reactions. Um, that being said, I do have, I think, I hope, at least, friends here. If we could meet Rowan, the leader of the Red Cloaks, the Red Sashes, rather, um, perhaps he could aid us if that is the route you truly wish to go. That being said, what I have learned in our adventures is that the acts we have seem to have repercussions that resonate long after we are gone. And we need to be absolutely sure that removing your father from power is the best for the people here.
That is another thing that I'm afraid of. Um, don't you know? Haven't you spoken with the Hoppers?
With who now?
The Hoppers?
Bahaba.
Hoppers.
Oh, the Harpers, yes, they hate your father.
DM, don't I know one?
uh, you have actually not met any of them yet. The Guinevere crew met
No, I was more asking like the one that like got me out of there the night of the fire.
Yes. But you never really met them.
Right, right. Fair enough. Okay. Well, they're, as far as I know, powerful. Use them.
If your father is as powerful as you claim he is, then we will need all the help we can get. The Harpers are only one prong of the attack, the Red Cloaks perhaps another. In time, perhaps we shall learn of a third or a fourth, but they do
I
seem to be
mean,
the two most powerful factions that we've met so far.
oh wait, never mind. I don't know that the Davenports are here. Uh, yeah, perhaps we could use as many allies as we can.
As always.
Um,
I know I am stronger because of mine allies.
I thank you, Porthos, for this. Really. On a lighter note, hopefully our boy Odium gets lucky.
I'm hoping so. After the last time that, just judging by our party, you went on the date, and I believe the maintenance crew had to reinforce the structure beams to the room underneath the ones that you went to. So I'm hoping that the same happens to Odin.
Negative inspiration. Negative. Negative.
-3.
-3.
Oh, God.
Speaking of Odium, we're gonna cut over to Odium and Lucia. As you guys are walking down the streets, it's nice and dark outside. It's cool. The air is quite moist. It has a nice it holds the temperature of the day well into the night. As you're kind of walking down the street, you see Lucia kind of grabbing your hand. And as you guys are walking, you kind of both are getting strange looks from some people. Not because of your physical appearance or anything, but because of you guys are dressed fancy. Or at least Lucia is. And no one else is dressed fancy besides her. And she's like, but yeah, like here, and she like points at the restaurant, and it has a giant, what appears to be like a mechanical steampunk duck that is like on the sign. It kind of is actually slightly terrifying a little bit. But as you walk into the place, you see a bunch of little kind of what appears to be like robot, like Hot Wheel ducks kind of just flying around in different areas. And then the most horrifying part, you see people dressed as ducks walking around taking orders.
Oh my god. Like I am never going to get used to what.
As you guys are ushered to your seat, you sit across from each other, menus in hand. Lucia's smiling at you, kind of sitting down, just really taking in the atmosphere. And then you hear out of the corner of your ear, you see your waiter walk up and with straight face just is like, honk honk, welcome to the Peabody. My name is Charles. I'm going to be your server this evening. Can I get you anything to drink?
I will have a water with ice, please.
This is medieval times. We don't have ice.
It's fine. I will just prestidigitate it.
Okay. Just don't yell at me. Okay, and then it goes to he turns to he's like,
What my ice?
he turns to Lucia and she says, I'll just take I'll take a wine. What type of wine would you like? Oh, whatever you like, Charles. That's not how it works. We have a menu, so just like pick a wine, please. She's like, "Oh, I'll take the Port Noir, the Pinot Noir. Yeah, the Pinot Noir. That's what I'll take." You guys are sitting across from each other, and she's like, "This really isn't our speed, is it?"
Not particularly. I will be honest. The giant duck costumes throw me off a little bit.
Hmm. She kind of leans across. She's like, "So what you're saying is, do you want to mess with some rich people?"
Yes.
She's like, "Okay, wait, hang on. Let's see what I can do real quick."
Chaotic nature.
Cleric, right?
She's like,
Uh, who's sit? Okay, who's sitting within 10 feet of me?
You have about two couples sitting about a couple of about 10 feet from you.
Who looks the snootiest?
Definitely a woman who appears to be wearing like a full black dress with like a gold collar that's like up to here and just covered in jewels. And
What is she eating?
She appears to be eating a steak.
I was going to whisper to Lucia. I just keep an eye on her for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Prestidigitation on her food, and I'm going to make it spicy as fuck.
She's like, "Okay, let's see what you got." And as she starts taking a bite, the moment she does, you prestidigitate it, and it is spicy hot. And she's all of a sudden like, "Oh my god!" And then she's like, "All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good." She's like, "But how about this?" And she like looks over. She's like, "See that guy over there with that girl?" She points over, and it appears to be like two humans who appear to be like on their first date, and the girl is obviously nervous, and the guy is like kind of being an asshole, like most first dates. She's like, "Watch this," and she casts thaumaturgy to make it sound like he just ripped the biggest fart of all time.
I will complement that by prestidigitating the smell of the foulest rotten eggs just emanating around him.
he as you guys are laughing about this, and like there's all of this disgusting things, Charles emerges and is like, "Here are your drinks. Can you stop terrorizing the other guests? Because like I'm not gonna get tipped."
Charles, if they fail to tip you, I will more than happy to cover it for them.
Okay, well that person's table is up to 5 platinum right now, so
I said the tip. I did not say I was paying them.
okay, well 20%, that's still 1 platinum piece.
I will show him that I have one platinum piece.
Okay, can I get you guys some food? Or Lucia's like, "You know what? Thank you." But she puts some coin down. She's like, "I'd rather spend some alone time. This isn't our speed. Thank you though." And she stands up and grabs Odium's hand.
I will
Kinda-
put 4 gold pieces in Charles's hand for being such a nice person.
And as you're walking away, he's like, "Wait, Your drink. Her drink was. You know, never mind. It's fine. Goodbye.
And we saunter out.
She walks out with you hand in hand, and she's laughing. You guys are walking, and you make your way to the market district. She's like, this is what I was looking forward to more anyway. And she pulls out of her pouch some fresh fruit that she had. She's like, Ari gave this to me.
Oh, I'll take some of that.
And as the play that's about to start, as announced, is The Taming of the Sand Shrew. She puts
Of
she
course
puts
it is.
she puts her head on your shoulder, leans over, and 5 minutes into the play, she is asleep and snoring away.
Okay, but how good is the play though?
Roll a perception check.
Oh. That. How long has it been since I left our room with Barthos and the...
I was gonna say, as a bard, I need to hear a snippet from the Song of the Sand Shrew.
Because I'm gonna go ahead.
Sandshrew.
I'm gonna go ahead and use
The
a
taming-
bardic inspiration. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That would be a 19.
The Taming of the Sand Shrew is like the wind outside is blowing true. Like water is a morning's dew. For now you see all I can do. For I am the mighty and powerful Sand Shrew. I may not be strong or mighty or big. I'm not some cattle and I'm not a pig. I don't have hair. Might need a wig. I am the mighty, powerful Sand Shrew.
Inspiration to the DM.
It's actually pretty good. You enjoy your entire time. And Lucia tries to play it off at the very end when she starts hearing like a big gasp from the audience. She like gets up and she's like, "Ooh, great!"
I'm just there the whole time, like most credible story.
She kind of looks at you
You're
and
like-
she's like, "You're romantic."
It's just wiping away tears because how beautiful the play was. Beautiful.
I mean, the play was a 17 out of 20, so it was a pretty dang good play.
Hey, it's the best thing ever. I spent my childhood in the Shadowfell, so I think it's the first play Odium has ever seen. So it's the best.
I would say as it ends and she gets up and she's like, okay, so I might have nodded off for a little bit there.
Yes, he totally missed the part where the Lich fought the dragon, and then his head exploded.
Oh,
And then, like, the whole front row of the crowd was just splattered in viscera. They said it was the splash zone.
Oh, you're fucking with me right now, aren't you?
100%.
Okay. All right. She's like, I like you.
It's because I am awesome.
It's because
Also,
you allow me to be myself by you being yourself.
Am I supposed to be somebody else?
Mm-mm. No.
Good, because I would be terrible at it.
Mid-sentence, she kisses you on the mouth.
Not gonna fight that.
She kisses you for a while. I need you to make a perception check at disadvantage.
Shit.
Has Odium instigated any of their kissing, or has it all been Lucia
It's all
every
been-
single
Nah,
time?
I think it's been her the entire time.
She has
Power
straight up
couple.
grabbed him by the collet
And
and
It's a
lifted him
yeah.
up into the
Yeah.
air.
Weirdly, I think that's just my actual. That's gonna be a total of. Wait, I have another bardic inspiration. No, I don't. Play was. That will be a 9.
She kisses you and she says, she kind of like says, come on, let's go back to the room. And she winks at you. And as she's walking in front of you, you look down at your hand and you're not attuned to it. But she has slipped the ring of protection onto you.
Please remember you're sharing that room with 3 other people.
I'll leave.
It's okay. I'm pretending to be asleep. Phew. Phew.
Just gonna look at it.
If-
Does this mean I am married now?
We're gonna cut over
If
to
you're not
Knock.
gonna use it, I need that bag because I got like minus all my saves now. Like that up my AC and all my saves. If you're not gonna use it, I'm gonna need that.
I'll make sure I clean it.
Oh, that is not okay. Not okay.
I didn't start this, but I'll finish.
I mean, she'll finish you anyway.
Anyway, Knock.
Anyway.
You're going to go
18 plus
down-
to extreme.
Yeah, you're going to spend your evening traveling the long way down through the dock district, down into the under to Swagger's shop. As you knock on the door, you hear, "Hey, what? What is it? Who are you? What do you want?" Oh, you've got the thing. Come here, come on. Come in. Open the door.
I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna come in.
Shut the door.
Shut the door.
He's like, do you have the thing?
I'm gonna hold it up. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold it up
Yes.
and then kind of make a questioning sound.
Yes. Come here. Hand it over.
Toss it over.
Snatches it, and you just see him immediately break it in half. At first you see it, but as he pulls the 2 parts apart, you see electricity flow in between them, like... Yes, this will work. As you see him put on a blast shield and just immediately start welding things with this electricity. Sparks flying up and all of these things. And you see him work on this for quite a bit. And he's like, yes. Flips the blast shield and he's like, ugh, and throws it off to the side.
I'm gonna like tap on his shoulder with my mage hand. And just kind of try to get his attention, and I'm gonna hold up the +1 shield. And I'm gonna hold it up, and then I'm gonna point to the armor he's working on and just kind of query, like, if he can maybe like transfer that to the armor or do something with this shield if he's interested in it.
He's like, well, I can put enchantments on the shield if you want. It will still be a +1 shield. But are you wanting... I can't move the +1 from one to another unless it's the same thing. Like if you're wanting a shield and you want it to be a +1 shield with an enchantment, I could be like +1, boop. But I can't be like +1 dagger to +1 chainmail. I can't unfortunately do that. Sorry. Ooh, but perhaps. Yes. I've got an idea. Come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Free of charge.
Oh. I'm just gonna leave the buckler with him then, and waddle my way out.
As you're on your way out, he tosses you 1,000 gold.
I will chirp a thank you and make a mental note to try to find actually no, I will chirp a thank you and then I'm gonna point to the Peridium and ask where more.
What?
Where get more?
Oh, that. I don't know. Normally these things last me a good amount of time. It's how I do my welding down here because I don't want the smoke to go up everywhere. I'm heard that you can find it from fire mephites. Could drop some of them. And then I hear the truest, purest form is from black puddings. They absorb and eat all of these elements, and then they just spit out all of these materials. So, if you feel like putting yourself in a black pudding situation, then go for it. I'll pay you for more.
Okay, bye. And I'm gonna waddle away singing yum yum black pudding, yum yum black pudding. It's not the kind of black pudding I'm thinking of.
No.
But the kind of black pudding I'm thinking of, I find super yummy, so I'm super excited about this.
So, as this evening is drawing to a close, Odium, you and Lucia get back to the room. But before you guys actually go into the temple, you guys sit on the steps of it and you look out into the sun. No, out into the stars in the sky. The moon shines. At a crescent moon, it's not a full one. Kind of its waxing corner, kind of forming a smile in the sky from where you're sitting. Lucia kind of rests her head on your shoulder. You said, it's sometimes okay for you not to wear your armor, Doesn't make you any less strong.
Or anything at all.
No, but it does make me easier to hit.
And why is that a bad thing?
Don't kink shame!
Considering that I am in a business where I'm attacked quite regularly, probably would try to lessen that. Also, there's the whole Lolth business, and whatever other craziness that's coming after me.
It's weird. Those who are People like Eri, for example, who are not necessarily religious people. They don't like the gods or even necessarily respect them. But in this world, we know they exist. At least some of them. Because we speak to them. I don't know what's going to happen. How I'm going to die. I don't like to think about those things. Because living your life waiting around, searching for every corner, for every set of eyes, dagger to be plunged into your back, for me, it's not really a way to live. I know it's about self-preservation, and it really brings to light the difference in your and my childhoods, even though we were both on our own for most of it.
Oh, I was not on my own, my child.
You had someone to help you?
I will tell her the story of being in the Shadowfell. The whole story that I remember.
Okay. As she kind of listens to you talk about different aspects, you facing a wraith as a 7-year-old, you hiding in shadows where night continues on even past night. There is no sun in the sky in the Shadowfell. Almost like moonlit clouds of a moon you never see. That's the brightest it would really get. The drows that tried to capture you. The meeting of your paladin, your mentor, your family. Sir Blight, Paladin of Tempest. Training several years underneath him. Training for a fight that you honestly don't even remember. You were told after the fight that you had fought a Hydra of some sort. But you can't remember it, really. And all you really remember, just a faint memory, is of a dark, gray, black, and white dog pulling you. And that's it. That's all you can remember right now. As Lucia sits there, listening to your words, she says, "You're even stronger than I thought. I'm not sure I could have gone through with any of that. I could have come back on the other side, anything resembling who you are. You're incredibly strong, Odium. And I like you a lot." And as she leans in to kiss you,
I'm not going to say anything, but I will also leave.
okay? As you lean in, can't help but feeling that you're being watched.
Of course.
And as you look up, straight onto the tops of the buildings ahead of you, the tiles, the roofing. You see but a single man, long flowing white hair, piercing pale blue eyes, with a giant red sash billowing in the wind. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Son of a bitch.
Oh,
God, I wish I would have killed him when I had the chance.
Oh, this is not the same person that you've seen before.
Oh, that's that's even worse now.
Don't get me wrong, we have to get better at actually killing the people we fight.
I mean, you're not wrong.
We haven't really done that.
I only let one live once. That was a terrible idea on my part. I
Also, you are now level 11. Congratulations. You have leveled up.
Now I know it's
Level
gonna
5 spells.
I know it's gonna happen when Odium wakes up. It's just gonna. I'm not saying anything now. I'm gonna wait till. Ha ha ha.
I don't know.
Oh, everyone's
Do I
gonna
finally
be.
take my? Do I finally
Everyone's
take
gonna
my
be so
third level of Bard?
What do you get for level 8 sorcerer?
9 sorcerer.
9 sorcerer. What do you get for level 9?
I don't know, honestly.
I think level 9 you
Let me
just
check.
get spells. You might get like level 4 spells.
I have 117 hit
Level
points
4
now.
Jesus Christ!
Because I took level 2 in fighter, so that's a d10 plus my amulet and, stuff.
Yay! Time for a pack boo.
Sorcerers, I don't get anything at level 9. I would just get another 4th level spell slot, or or I would get another 4th level spell, or get closer to having a 5th level spell. But with Bard, I get expertise, a subclass.
Yeah.
So probably gonna finally dip with Bard.
I will go with the 5th level spell.
Oh god. All right, guys.
And I know the perfect 5th level spell.
Well, before we get all into that, I'm going to say we're going to log off. So you guys have a great rest of your night. We are going to stream every Friday, alternating Strahd, run by Hello Operator as the DM, and then me as a player and all of us as players, or playing this campaign. And we're going to play every Friday. Sometimes it will get a little wonky as far as scheduling, but I'll make sure the scheduling page is up to date. You guys have a great night. I really am glad that you guys are here on this journey with us. It's going to be so much fun. I've put so much thought into this, and it's going to be so ridiculous. But you guys have an amazing night, and we will see you guys later. Have fun, and try not to be too traumatic.
Toodles!